Hello, beautiful people. Mic check. Mic check. How we doing? How's everybody doing this fine Thursday? See if I can scoot my chair. Ugh. Ah, okay, that's a little bit better. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I'm making my way. I'm making my way. The past couple days have been the past month, let me be honest. Month and some days have been particularly difficult. And it's interesting because yesterday after last night's late live, um, I've been trying to work on something for the channel and it hasn't been coming into fruition. And I just like not in. Let me be clear. I was not like, I'm letting it go. I was like, fuck that. I let it go. And then today it came together. So I'm hoping that the thing that I let go of today, kind of in the same manner, I hope that tomorrow it comes back around. It's not any better. I'm just gonna be perfectly honest with you. It's not any better. And it doesn't have anything to do with Ken's biscuit head ass. It's a pre-existing issue. So y'all don't get it twisted. If you see the live from last night, I'm not going to get into the details. So if this is confusing to you and you're like, what? Just know that that's not the thing. Okay. That's not the thing. So yeah, honestly, it's not any better. Because I refuse to look like it. You know? I've learned that. I've refused to look like it. There are a couple days at least in 2020 where I was damn near in ball gowns at work. Oh gosh. I let me just say this, okay? Let me just say this. Like there's how are you? I'm good. And then, you look at it another way. How are you in relation to the things that are happening to you that you don't have any control over? Not good. How are you in relation to things happening, around the country and around the world that you don't have any control over? Not good. But I, you know, am good. And so I just want to kind of like differentiate between the two. 10 toes down. Well, it's just, it's like when I tell you, I know that in a lot of ways I'm doing the bare minimum. And that's extremely frustrating to me. I'm also doing the very best that I can, you know? I'm doing the very best that I can. I've had a lot of hours over the last month that I was kind of having a therapy session with myself. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. We'll get to it. Don't worry. But I was kind of having a therapy session with myself last night slash this morning. And like, I'm not doing enough. And I've got this and this and this and this and so many things that I need to be doing. And then I realized with this, situation that I've been dealing with, my time has really been stolen from me. And, you know, time to be able to make scripted content, do the podcast, write on Substack, like that has all been forcibly like taken away from me. And I've lost a lot of income because of it. That is extremely fucking stressful, because things were already, really, really challenging, in that area, but there's only so many hours of the day, there's only so much brain capacity a person has, and when you're, triaging an extended crisis situation, that's just what it is, That's just what it is. And I share a lot with y'all. I share a lot of emotions with y'all. I've definitely cried on this channel before. Um, but I'm not gonna show up looking like how I feel. And I'm not gonna show up looking like the things that are happening to me. That's it's not even necessarily um forcing yourself to enjoy life. It's protecting your own dignity. That's what it is. It's protecting your own dignity. Yeah. I'm doing my best. Well, beautiful, you have landed in the right place. You have landed in the right place, and welcome. Thank you for coming on over. I love it when people from TikTok actually go, "You know what? Let me see the full content." Because they love nothing but a soundbite, and then to just run with it. "You didn't talk this, you didn't talk about that, you didn't say this, you didn't say that." Motherfucker, you looking at a short. Okay. So everybody say, "Hey, Nika." And anybody else who's watching, shout out to the best mod squad on the internet. Shout out to all the members, all the subscribers, all the supporters. Shout out to all the silent looters that don't chat but are watching. Shout out to all the haters. We know you watching and learning something too. That's why you watch. You watch because you're cheap. You don't want to pay for these documents yourself, and you watch because also begrudgingly, even though you don't like to admit it to anybody except for in your little stupid group chat, you learn from this channel, and that's why we're here. We're here to keep it a buck. Yeah, welcome to the looters and the lurkers. It's fantastic. And it actually started yesterday, but I just did not have any capacity, which is why I had a 7 p.m., live last night, which I barely pulled off because I had a banging headache. But then I uh went off and fought that motherfucker. As soon as I ended this live, I was like, "I don't think so. You gonna have to go." Was pretty much. And I conquered that bad boy, and I slept really well the past 2 nights. That's been the bestest part of everything, is that I have gotten really good sleep, and I'm super, super grateful, um, for that. Let me just throw a quick watermark on this document, and then we will get started. But hello, it's good to see y'all. Hit the like button, share the live, say hello to your neighbor, all that good stuff. Get snackies if you need snackies. Get something to drink if you need something to drink. I apologize if you can hear the very loud truck. Matter of fact, I know it's going to be getting closer and sitting in front of my house for a minute. Close the window. So I've done everything I can. Okay, depriving myself of fresh air, fresh American air. Oh, hopefully it's not too loud. But it's garbage and recycle day. And beloved, yes, I did. I sure did. I did both. Yes, I did. Obviously, I did the garbage. It's me fighting the recycle, quite honestly. It's me fighting the recycle. That shit always creeps up on me because, I didn't I wasn't responsible for the garbage or recycling for at least a decade. And then I became responsible for it. So yes, Livingston Allen acted like a full-on biscuit head during his deposition. And Megan Thee Stallion filed a motion to handle that in Jersey, where he lives, and uh, so that has resolved very quickly, as I thought it would. She has a hearing with the judge next, I think Thursday, about Daystar Peterson and the motion that his biscuit head ass lawyer filed uh, to deal with that. But let's get into some details, shall we? This is order from the judge with regard to Livingston Allen motion to compel to comply with the subpoena. He lost. Okay, who's surprised by that? Hey, everybody. I see there's quite a few people here. Shout out to you. Hit the like button, share the live. Share the live. We gonna clown on these fools because these are fools who deserve to be clowned on. And we gonna do it real fact-based. Fact-based like. Yeah, real fact-based like. That's what we do here. Thank you. Yeah. Child, he didn't have a peg leg to stand on, okay? This matter comes before the court by way of petitioner Megan Speed motion to compel Livingston Allen appearing pro se in connection with an action pending in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida. And the court, having considered the moving papers and having held an in-person hearing on October 8th, 2025, and for the reasons set forth on the record during that hearing, it is on this 8th day of October ordered that petitioner's motion to compel is granted in limited part, and it is further ordered that Mr. Allen's deposition shall be reopened and shall last for no more than 45 additional minutes and shall be restricted to questions relating to Mr. Allen's source of information for the social media post at issue in paragraph 34 of the second amended complaint in the Florida action. And it is further ordered that the deposition shall take place in person at the Clarkson S. Fisher Federal Building and U.S. Courthouse, 402 East State Street, Trenton, New Jersey, 08608, on a date and time mutually convenient for counsel and Mr. Allen, and it is further ordered that counsel for petitioner shall notify chambers promptly when a date and time are confirmed so that the court may make an appropriate arrangement for the deposition. Signed, J. Brendan Day, United States Magistrate Judge. So if you're wondering, well, what's in paragraph 34? I'm going to tell you. Paragraph 34 is where Livingston Allen was explicitly asked, who gave you a copy of a sealed report in the Tory Lanez case? To which he showed his whole ass and said, I'm not telling. Can't take me in front of the judge. I don't care. Can't no judge, can't know this, can't know that. Judge said, bring your ass here, boy. And he did. And this is the judge's order. So he's going to have to sit in front of a judge and play stupid. And then he's going to win stupid prizes from the judge. That's what they do. They hand out stupid prizes to people who want to FO and find out. And that's what Livingston lives for. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. That's why he spells academics wrong, because he's dumber than a bucket of ice. So he's going to have to sit under the watchful eye of a judge and answer questions for 45 minutes and play dumb. If he doesn't show up, he's probably going to be held in contempt of court, or he's going to get sanctioned, and it's just going to keep going. And if he acts like a jackass during the deposition in front of the judge, that's definitely going to be contempt of court. He could get jail time for playing stupid. One way or another, Megan Thee Stallion leaving here with something. One way or another, she leaving here with something. You leaving with your stupid ass prizes. Yes. Yes, you are. I don't think he knows any other way. How about that? He's too stupid to know what he needs. That's the problem. He's too stupid to know what he needs. Let me look at something. Okay, well, that was a waste of my time. My bad. Sorry about that. Oh, Mimi, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care what he said. We're not going to promote his biscuit head assery. And I'm gonna show this and I'm gonna respond to it, and then we're gonna move on from what he says and what he does, because it doesn't matter. He's getting his ass whooped, and he's gonna continue to get his ass whooped. I've said this before. I'm gonna say it again. These dumbass men think that they are somehow successfully hiding something that is going to hurt Megan Thee Stallion in her trial with Milagro Grams. Regardless of that, okay? Regardless of whether Megan is successful in getting an answer to the question or not, what they are doing in all of this behavior is creating evidence of something else. And so going on live stream and saying like, that's going to be posed to him in his deposition in front of the judge. So on your live stream on this day, you said this, and then on this day, you said this, and then on this day, you said this. So now, under oath, I ask you this question. What is your answer? I do not recall. Your Honor, permission to treat the witness as hostile. Granted. Granted. These motherfuckers are dumb as shit. They act like what happens on the internet. We see you. We can see what you're doing. We can see you. Everybody can see you. Everybody can hear you. They are watching everything you're doing. They're listening to everything that you say. And they're going to ask you about it under oath in front of a judge. And your whole "I don't recollect" is not going to be considered in good faith. You acted like an ass with the judge as soon as this popped off, and what did she do? She told you to bring your dumb ass to court. Now she's telling you, "Bring your dumb ass to court again." Jersey has jurisdiction to do whatever they want to you. They already know you're not coming in good faith, and you're literally openly plotting your plan. Megan Thee Stallion has not wasted a dime because peace is priceless. Knowing that you did everything that you could is priceless. She gonna run your dog ass into the ground, and you deserve it. Your mama's a hoe. Get the fuck up off my page. Jealous ass, bald-headed bitch.
Mr. Scott, open the door. Mr. Scott, now.
Try some shit. Go right the fuck ahead. Only bald-headed hoes accuse you of wearing a wig. Beyonce got hidden tracks. Biscuit head ass Barbs. Get the fuck out of here. Play with your mama in traffic. I ain't the fucking one. Hello, Livingston, bitch ass. Alan, how you doing? Let's move on. They say the same thing every time, but that's only what bald-headed assholes say. So, spooky season colors, you know? Thank you very much. That's exactly right. Again, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You're bald-headed asshole floating outside the airlock. Fuck is wrong with you? No self-preservation skills whatsoever. And just while y'all are watching, Aiden Ross's dumbass also lost. I know that's when you really love to send the bots. So I just want to make sure that I definitely throw that in there. Aiden Ross bitch ass also lost. He filed some shit with the court. The court kicked it back out 45 minutes later, said, "Oh," gave it right back. And then today. Megan's lawyer said, Your Honor, respectfully, what about the, sanctions for Milagograms? Judge said, oh, right. Yeah, granted. I did a whole video on the apology tour of the right wing podcast bros who had their mouths gripped around those tiny tangerines, you know? Strong suction ability when you put the tongue on the bottom, not the lip, the tongue, to get that real suction on them tangerines. That's what they had going on. Now they sorry. Baby, please. You ain't getting no 2026 contracts. That's the problem. If I'm lying, I'm flying. You want Rick Ross's titties instead? You salted it? Yeah, baby. Me motherfucking too, Mokar. I'm sorry. Y'all had to suffer so that they could have the image of themselves down there on their knees, sucking off that orange man's orange tangerines. Now you want to talk about I'm sorry. I wish I would have never waded into politics. Bitch, you didn't wade into politics. You just got on your knees. Easy said, Rick Ross's titties any day because this is some bullshit. So yes, Megan the Stallion has now. This is of no surprise to nobody, right? This is of surprise to nobody. We're gonna read it though. We're gonna see what the judge has to say because Megan the Stallion didn't just ask for attorney's fees and costs. She asked for the ability to be able to add instructions for the jury about evidence and testimony. As Beyonce said, ain't nobody's motherfucking business. You hoes, you bald headed hoes are not gonna be able to shame me for shit. Real juicy like. Real juicy like. She said, not only do I want these hoes to pay for willfully destroying evidence to prevent me from being able to get it, which therefore harms my case. I therefore then want to be able to instruct the jury about that. So I'm excited for this one. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. Also, if you have a buzz cut or alopecia, you know I'm not talking to you. You know I'm not talking to you. Okay? Okay? Because I actually love a baldy of any gender. But I do not love a bald-headed hoe. It's like one compound word, you know? There's baddies and then there's bald-headed hoes. I just wanted to put that disclaimer out there for anybody who thinks she's trying to shame people. No, I see you. You are gorgeous. Them bald-headed biscuit ass hoes, though, ugly. Ugly down to their crusty little souls. Megan is only currently suing Milagro and it is for several things. Defamation is one of them. The reason why other people are getting pulled into court is because they have willfully obstructed their depositions. So they're not getting sued. I absolutely hate it when I see people on social media say, Megan Thee Stallion is suing DJ Academics. I can't stand that shit. She's not suing anybody but Milagro Grams. But Aiden Ross is tried to obstruct his deposition by not doing it. and saying he wasn't properly served, filed some shit with the court. The court said, boy, if you don't have your lawyer, call her lawyer and work it out. Goodbye. Kicked it right back out. She has a hearing next week on Daystar Peterson, who obstructed his first, second, and third supposed to be depositions. We looked at volume 2 of his deposition the other day, and it was fascinating. It was woo, 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 woo. I know there were times during when I was reading the transcript of oral arguments for motion to dismiss Drake's lawsuit against UMG. I saw a lot of people in the comments saying this is circular argument, and that was not an example of circular arguing. This bullshit that we read the other day, volume 2 of the deposition, and everything that happened around when he was supposed to go through his third deposition, we read the transcript of that. That was circular. That was bullshit. It was maddening. But there's a hearing next Thursday for that. He gonna lose one way or the other. Again, she leaving here with something. Coming or going, she leaving here with something. As we just saw, DJ Illiterate lost his sorry ass attempt to try and not be deposed, will be deposed under the watchful eye of a judge. And they only have a couple questions to ask him, but the phrasing of those questions is going to be very long, because they are going to go through, on this day you said this during the live stream, on this day you said this, on this day you said this, on this day you said this. Now we're going to ask you the question, what's your answer? And he's going into court with the intent to lie. Everybody knows that. First he said, I'm not going to tell. Then he said, I magically forgot. You're going in with the intent to lie. The judge is about to cook your ass. And or Megan's going to sue. I still think that's going to happen. And now here we are at Milagro Grams having willfully destroyed, allegedly, I guess we'll see. Because this is the judge saying, I've looked at everything. This is 40 pages to justify her ruling. This cause came before the court upon plaintiff Megan Pete's request for sanctions against defendant Milagro Elizabeth Cooper. Cooper is Milagro Graham's government name, okay? For spoliation of evidence, the undersigned conducted an evidentiary hearing. After hearing argument from counsel, testimony from plaintiff's expert witness, and having reviewed the record and being otherwise fully advised, it is hereby ordered and adjudged that plaintiff's request for sanctions for spoliation of evidence is granted. Plaintiff shall be granted an adverse inference jury instruction at trial and monetary sanctions. An adverse inference jury instruction is just like what it sounds. You get to tell the jury something that allows them to have a negative connotation with regard to things that Milagro Grams has been proven to do in the course of this case. Plaintiff shall be granted an adverse is not good, inference, meaning a bad thing happened, you can infer from that, right? Jury instruction at trial and monetary sanctions. To death. She's cooked to death. This case focuses on allegations brought by Peep, a hip-hop artist known professionally as Megan Thee Stallion, against Cooper, an online personality who goes by Milagro Grams or Mob's World. Cooper is accused of engaging in a coordinated social harassment campaign using video, audio, and and written social media posts to cause reputational and emotional distress to Pete. The allegations in the second amended complaint arise from the 2022 criminal trial and conviction of Daystar Peterson, popularly known as Tory Lanez, a Canadian rapper and singer who was found guilty of assaulting plaintiff with a firearm. The criminal trial was widely publicized and had a large public following on social media. Pete's second amended complaint alleges defamation per se, promotion of an altered sexual depiction in violation of Florida statute, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and cyberstalking in violation of Florida statute. According to Pete, defendant operates multiple social media accounts across several platforms, including Instagram, TikTok, X.com, and YouTube, and has over 100,000 followers on these social media platforms. Pete contends defendant has sole control over these accounts and, at Daystar and his affiliates' direction, uses them to harass and defame Pete by disseminating false narratives and conspiracy theories about her. The alleged falsities include claims that Pete lied under oath during the criminal trial, suffers from alcoholism, is mentally retarded, that's a quote, and needs a guardian. These alleged falsehoods and harassment have purportedly taken a severe toll on Pete's mental health. Pete asserts defendant made these statements with actual malice, as evidence disproving them was widely available at the time the statements were published. As noted, many of Cooper's alleged defamatory statements stem from the underlying 2022 criminal trial and conviction of Daystar Peterson. Okay, so that goes through the shooting. Megan testified. According to Pete, defendant attended Daystar's criminal trial and launched a smear and harassment campaign against Pete on social media at the behest of Daystar and his affiliates. Plaintiff alleges Cooper utilized bot accounts to flood plaintiff and her supporters with hateful, derogatory, and malicious statements. Defendant has also called for violence against plaintiff. Plaintiff alleges the harassment is in retaliation for testifying against Daystar during the criminal trial. Plaintiff also alleges that Cooper promoted a deepfake pornographic video depicting an artificially created version of plaintiff engaging in sexually explicit acts. Okay, and it goes through the deepfake incident, defendant's relationship with Sunstar Peterson. On the same day the lawsuit was commenced, October 29, my bad, I think the other day I said the 24th, October 29, 2024, defendant was informed in a letter sent by email from plaintiff's counsel of her duty to preserve documents and information related to the case as detailed in the preservation letter. See the docket. On July 11, plaintiff first informed the court of potential spoliation in a notice of issues for discovery hearing. There, plaintiff raised concerns regarding spoliation of electronically stored information from defendant's devices and social media platforms. Plaintiff requested immediate provision of defendant's login credentials to a previously agreed upon third-party forensic vendor, FTI Consulting, for collection from defendant's Discord, iMessages, WhatsApp, and Instagram accounts. Plaintiff also requested an adverse inference regarding the uncollected and spoliated communications from defendant's device. At the discovery hearing held several days later, plaintiff's counsel explained that the forensic investigation of defendant's cell phone had shown that defendant deleted text messages from her phone during specific times leading up to the filing of the complaint. Docket. Plaintiff's counsel noted specific deletions that corresponded to statements defendant made about plaintiff from October 5, 2022 to July 2024 and August 2024. Plaintiff also explains that the initial forensic investigation revealed that defendant had completely deleted WhatsApp and thus any WhatsApp messages contained on the app off her phone during the litigation. The undersigned ordered defendant to provide her phone and login credentials for WhatsApp and other apps to the neutral third-party forensic vendor, FTI, for analysis prior to defendant's then noticed deposition for July 21. The undersigned This is the judge, is the undersigned. Further deferred on ruling on the issue of spoliation until after defendant's deposition on July 21, so that plaintiff could seek answers during the deposition regarding the deleted evidence. Plaintiff was permitted to renew her request for spoliation sanctions after defendant's deposition. This was also memorialized in the court's order following the discovery hearing. During the hearing, the undersigned also noted that this case has fast approaching deadlines and that it was incumbent upon all parties to proceed promptly with discovery. On Tuesday, July 29, plaintiff emailed the court renewing her request for a hearing on spoliation of evidence. On August 4, after giving the parties time to confer on availability, the court set an evidentiary hearing for spoliation proceedings on August 7. The parties appeared for an evidentiary hearing on spoliation on August 7. Plaintiff produced an expert witness from FTI Consulting and proffered testimony from defendant's July 21 deposition. I've said this 1,000 times. Depositions are sworn statements under oath. They are evidence. So these people who think that they are hiding shit by refusing to answer questions in their depositions or refusing to hand over documentation as a part of discovery, the deposition as it was conducted is evidence. People can see that you are a jackass. Defendant announced that their expert was unavailable to testify in person for the hearing, and defendant herself was unable to attend due to a canceled flight. While defendant's counsel noted that defendant was not present at the hearing to respond to what she said during the deposition, defendant's counsel was present for the deposition itself and had the full deposition transcript in their possession. This is Rhonda Dixon. That's the lawyer, Rhonda Dixon. Expert testified that he worked, okay, blah, 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 blah. The report itself provided findings regarding deleting text messages and WhatsApp messages from defendant's phone. I see there are some people who are like, it's recoverable, it's this, that, or the other. This is an expert. This is his job. His job is to recover things. So if at the time he reviewed the phone, which in some cases was up to 5 years after some of these messages, and he said that they were deleted and not recoverable, then they were deleted and they are not recoverable. Hold your horses, okay? Calm down. Florida has its own law, and she's being sued under a Florida statute. Get the fuck off my channel. Look at that. Look. You see that bald-headed hoe? I didn't make it up. I can't make this shit up. Look at this bald-headed hoe.
Mr. Scott, open the door. Mr. Scott, now.
That's Livingston Allen after he contacted Young Thug and said, "Hey, I want that white picture. What app did you use to get that white picture?" Bald-headed little beaver, get out of here. That's what trolls do because they think that you don't know how to remove a watermark or that you don't have the technology to be able to capture their photo, which I have. Now it's on screen. I will be able to go back later and take that watermark off so that I can get a clearer view of him. Baked potato head ass. You basement bald headed hoes are really pathetic, you know? We ain't got time for that here, you know? We ain't got time for that here. As I said to my bald baddies, you bald-headed hoes. Again, back to the expert who holds a, degree in computer science and has been working in the digital forensics field for 19 years, focusing on digital forensics, e-discovery, and global investigations. He explained that his colleague performed the forensic image of defendant's phone using an industry standard analysis tool called Celebrite. From there, FTI was tasked with identifying any deletions and usage of the WhatsApp and iMessage app on defendant's phone. Expert confirmed that FTI worked with two images of defendant's phone, an initial image taken of the phone in April 2025 and a backup hard drive of the phone later provided by defendant in July. FTI was able to determine deletions of text messages from defendant's phone based on missing row IDs in the phone's database. Oh, we're all learning something. Expert explained that when a text message is sent or received, a row ID number is automatically created within the phone's database corresponding to the message. The row ID numbers are created in sequential format based on when a message is sent or received. Further, the row ID number is permanently assigned to the corresponding message at the time the message was received or sent. And if a message is deleted, its corresponding row ID is also deleted from the database. The phone database also notes the time and date the row ID was created, which corresponds to the time and date the message was sent or received. Therefore, it is possible to identify deleted text messages based on sequential gaps in the row ID numbers. Well, we all have learned something. Take that to heart. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got a visual. Got a visual example. Expert then directed the court to corresponding sections of the Excel sheet analysis where it showed that 66 row IDs or text messages were missing immediately after the Exhibit Q message from Sunstar on December 22, 2022 at 2:58 a.m. and before the messages received from Daystar in Exhibit R on December 22, 2022 at 5:33 a.m. Moreover, there are 276 row IDs missing after the messages received from Daystar. These 276 these 276 missing row IDs represent 276 missing text messages spanning 13.24 hours, all in one day. These gaps from the Excel analysis are provided below. Expert continued to go through all of this. And is, explicitly going through, pinpointing clear examples of deletions, and also displaying her intimate knowledge with the evidence. There's 576 more missing. So she wasn't exaggerating when she said nearly 1,000 messages across platforms had been deleted. Oh, wow. FTI was able to identify 2,337 missing row IDs and text messages in the time between exhibits S and exhibits T, spanning October 30, 2024, the day after the lawsuit was filed, to November 6, 2024. Went through the recently deleted folder that a lot of you don't even know that exists. WhatsApp was not on the defendant's phone the first time they collected data from her phone in April 2025. However, FTI was able to determine based on Wi-Fi traffic generated by the app that WhatsApp had been used on several days preceding the collection. Putting WhatsApp on, using it, taking WhatsApp off. And then, yeah, there they go. Defendant's phone on 7 dates spanning from July 2023 to March 2025. WhatsApp on, WhatsApp off, WhatsApp on, WhatsApp off, 7 times. WhatsApp was intentionally removed after the phone was handed over for forensic analysis. Lots of exhibits. Cross-examination. I can't with Rhonda. Oh my God. Expert testified to the number of missing messages from the first analysis of defendant's phone per year from 2019 to present. 2019, 1,127. 2020, 27,873. 2021, 19,821. 2022, 126,092. 2023, 91,000. Jesus. 963. 2024, 70,355. 2025, 7,630. It got metadata. The expert then acknowledged that while he cannot pinpoint exactly when certain row IDs and text messages were deleted, logically, it would have to be after the message was received or sent. I just love the court. They're so fucking basic. Now you just cutting up. my God. Oh 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 my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Drake's lawsuit has just been dismissed. Oh my God. Oh my God. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay? Give me a second. Just give me a fucking second. Share this live. Mods, hit those hit those links. Come on. Come on. I already have a thumbnail for this. Hurry up. Not y'all. I'm yelling at the computer. I literally already have a thumbnail for this. I'm switching over this live. Come on. Fuck. Refresh this live. Everybody refresh this live and then share the link. I had a live stream set up for this. I'm not gonna be able to do that. Fuck. I wanted to send out a quick note to people via Shopify, but everything that I have set up in there is for a live that I had set up and waiting for this. I'm downloading it now. Wow, it's short. I thought it was going to be 90 pages. It's only 38 pages. I'm downloading it now. Give me a second. I'll be with you in 3 minutes. Hit the like button. Share this live. Oh, I don't know what that was. I don't know why that button was like that. Can you hear me now? I should not be muted. You should be able to hear me. Okay. A little out of sorts here. Sorry. We were in the middle of covering something else on the live, and then we got the docket alert. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. Skip, glad you're here. I stopped a second to send you an email, sent DJ an email as well. Mods, if you could keep those direct donation links going around frequently, I would appreciate it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we are here. Breaking news. Drake's lawsuit has been dismissed. Don't ask me any questions. I haven't read anything. This literally just happened. We are going to read all of the details together. We have been on this journey together for a very long time. If you are new here, welcome. Hit the like button. Say where you're watching from. This is a historical moment. And this is a victory for the First Amendment. I could weep for freedom of expression. I want to be very clear here, especially if you're new. I could weep for freedom of expression. And it is an honor and a privilege to read this document to you. I just have to say, after everything that we have been through, let me just take a moment. Let me just mark the occasion. After everything that we have been through, it is truly a privilege and an honor to read this document to you. Who would have thunk of all of the things that I have done that this would be the thing that would make me go on YouTube and have 18,000 plus beautiful subscribers and supporters. We have been waiting for this day, and I've been thinking about it in terms of like, I hope y'all haven't forgot. I hope your energy is still here for this. Here we go. This case arises from perhaps the most infamous rap battle in the genre's history. The vitriolic war of words that erupted between superstar recording artists Aubrey Drake Graham, known as Drake, and Kendrick Lamar Duckworth, Lamar or Kendrick Lamar, in the spring of 2024. Over the course of 16 days, the two artists released 8 so-called diss tracks with increasingly heated rhetoric, loaded accusations, and violent imagery. The penultimate song of this feud, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, dealt the metaphorical killing blow. I'm dead. I'm dead. Y'all can hear me? I can't hears from people. Okay, great. If you can't hear me, you're behind. I put in a comment, you need to refresh. The penultimate song of this feud, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, dealt the metaphorical killing blow. The song contains lyrics explicitly accusing Drake of being a pedophile, set to a catchy beat and propulsive bass line. Not Like Us went on to become a cultural sensation, achieving immense commercial success and critical acclaim. Both Drake and Kendrick Lamar have recording contracts with defendant UMG Recordings Incorporated. Drake alleges that UMG intentionally published and promoted Not Like Us while knowing that the song's insinuations that he has sexual relations with minors were false and defamatory. Drake has brought this action against UMG for defamation, harassment in the second degree, and violation of Section 349 of the New York General Business Law. Before the court is defendant's motion to dismiss pursuant to Rule 12b-6 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Because the court concludes that the alleged defamatory statements in Not Like Us are non-actionable opinion, the motion to dismiss is granted. Free speech. Oh, Jesus Christ. I almost wore this sweatshirt today. I almost wore this sweatshirt today. Y'all keep those keep those links in rotation. I appreciate everybody's support. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button, share this live so more people can get this fantastic news on behalf of free speech in this country. To survive a motion to dismiss, a complaint must contain sufficient factual matter accepted as true to state a claim to relief that is plausible on its face. A plaintiff may not simply allege facts that are consistent with liability. The complaint must nudge plaintiff's claims across the line from conceivable to plausible. Threadbare recitals of the elements of a cause of action supported by mere conclusory statements do not suffice. For example, the song came out, there was a shooting at my house. Judge says, correlation does not equal causation. You may have technically styled this in such a way, but it's not persuasive. We just talked about persuasive argument the other day. I went from being very hot to very cold, FYI. When ruling on a motion to dismiss, the court accepts as true all well-pleaded allegations and draws all reasonable inferences in favor of the non-moving party. The court need not credit legal conclusions couched as factual allegations. The court may also consider documents incorporated in the complaint by reference and matters of which judicial notice may be taken. Judicial notice is appropriate when a matter is not subject to reasonable dispute because it is generally known within the trial court's territorial jurisdiction, or can be accurately and readily determined from sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. That's everything that UMG put on the docket for judicial notice. It's also the rap scholars. The amicus brief. The following background is largely taken from the allegations in the amended complaint, which are assumed true for the purposes of this motion. Additionally, defendant requests the court take judicial notice of certain extrinsic evidence pursuant to Rule 201. These exhibits include the lyrics of the songs released as part of Drake and Kendrick Lamar's rap battle. The dates on which these songs were released and the lyrics of these songs are not reasonably subject to dispute. And the songs themselves are, with one exception, all referenced in the amended complaint. Accordingly, the court will take judicial notice of exhibits H through I and exhibits K through O to the request for judicial notice to understand defendants' alleged statements in their necessary and proper context. Case law, case law. I'm not sure what these exhibits are, but exhibits B, J, and P are directly referenced and relied upon in plaintiff's amended complaint. So those documents are likewise properly before the court. And because the document can be accurately and readily determined from sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned, the court also takes judicial notice of the search results from the New York Times website in Exhibit C. The court takes judicial notice of the existence of the listed articles, but not the truth of their contents. So that means that the judge acknowledges publications alluding to Drake scandals, including young or potentially underage girls, whether or not those articles are factual or not. They exist. I said this. I said this. I said this. Whether they are factual or not is not the issue. It's that they existed before this all happened. During oral argument, plaintiff agreed that these exhibits were properly before the court in its consideration of the motion to dismiss. I remember that. Factual allegations. Drake is a prominent recording artist and songwriter, among other public-facing endeavors. Drake has had a successful musical career under defendant UMG for at least 20 years. UMG uses its brands and imprints or labels to provide its music artists with the means to create, promote, and distribute their music commercially. Defendant, through Universal Music Publishing Group, holds exclusive publishing and distribution rights to Drake's music, as well as that of artist Kendrick Lamar. On April 19, 2024, Drake released a diss track directed at Kendrick Lamar called Push Ups. In Push Ups, Drake mocks Lamar's height and shoe size. She's got lyrics in here. How the fuck you big steppin' with a size 7 men's on, pipsqueak pipe down, and questions Lamar's success. You ain't in no big 3. I'm at the top of the mountain, so you tight now just to have this talk with your ass. I had to hike down. A few days later, Drake released Tailor Made Freestyle, in which he used artificial intelligence generated voices of deceased rapper Tupac and of rapper Snoop Dogg to goad Lamar. In the track, Tupac and Snoop Dogg share their disappointment that Lamar had not yet responded to push-ups. Kendrick, we need you, the West Coast savior. You seem a little nervous about all the publicity. You got to show this fucking owl who's the boss on the West. Drake, in his own voice, further taunts Kendrick for failing to come up with a satisfactory response, saying, I know you're in that New York apartment. You struggling right now. I know it. In the notepad doing lyrical gymnastics, my boy. Drake also surmises that Kendrick was purposefully delaying his response because artist Taylor Swift had just released a new album. Shout out to Taylor Swift, biggest gangster in the music game right now. She got the whole PG Lang on mute like that Beyonce challenge. Y'all boys quiet for the weekend. This nigga don't even rap. Rhyme. Lamar fired back at Drake in Euphoria, which was released on April 30th, 2024. In the track, Lamar claims, I make music that electrify him. You make music that pacify him. And that he would spare Drake this time. That's random acts of kindness. He accuses Drake of fabricating his claims. Know you a master manipulator and a habitual liar too, but don't tell no lies about me, and I won't tell the truth about you. He insults Drake's fashion sense. I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress. Further raps, I believe you don't like women. It's real competition. You might pop ass with them. And taunts Drake for being a coward with his responses. I hate the way that you sneak this. If I catch flight, it's going to be direct. On May 3rd, 2024, the feud between Drake and Lamar escalated as they lobbed increasingly vicious personal accusations at each other over the course of the day. First, Lamar released 616 in LA, in which he calls Drake a terrible person. Is this happening? Is this happening right now? Why is she picking all the best lyrics? Why is she doing that? Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. Let's get them likes up there. Let's set a new channel record for a live. You know, it's over 1,000. We got 982 of you here, so y'all got to do the big thing. You here whether you like to be here or not. Some of you are here begrudgingly because you don't have reading comprehension skills, and I understand that. You're gonna have to hit the like button. Some of you are new. Help us this out. You know, I've been working on this. You have no idea. I wrote a book. I wrote most of another book. I've been waiting for this so I can finish said other book. Why is she picking all the best lyrics. She's picking all the best lyrics for Kendrick and all the worst lyrics for Drake. Ah, ah, man. Mellow Raw 8 says, LOL, Drake getting whooped on court docs too. Every court, he been whooped. Reading Rainbow is coming back for a reason. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. Mods, I see you keeping those links in tight rotation. Thank you. She picking all the quotables. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I want to say shout out to all the OVO hoes who've taunted me for so long. You're also watching. Hit the like button. Livingston, hit the like button. Oh, this is crazy. First, Lamar released 616 in LA, in which he calls Drake a terrible person. Lamar accuses Drake of playing dirty with propaganda and raps that if Drake was street smart, then he would have caught on that his entourage is only there to hustle him. Judge said, let me point out these lyrics to you, boy. You weren't listening to the man. He gave you advice. You didn't listen. Judge said, let me put it in a court document. Now this just Overlord. Trying to come up with something to criticize you, but I can't think of anything. Thank you very much. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Slap the shit out of that like button. Buy me a working lunch today, you know? Oh my God. Okay. Drake, sorry, I got bit by something. Drake's next response arrived later that day in Family Matters. Drake jabs at Lamar's relationship with his partner. You, the Black Messiah, wifing up a mixed queen and hit vanilla ice cream to help out with your self-esteem. It sounds like spoken word on some Bobby shit. I want to know what Whitney need, and implies that Lamar physically abused her. You a dog and you know it. You just play sweet. Your baby mama captions always screaming, save me. You did her dirty all your life. You trying to make peace. Moreover, Drake calls into question whether Lamar is the biological father of one of his children. I heard that one of them little kids might be Dave Free. Don't make it Dave Freeze. Almost immediately after the release of Family Matters, Lamar unleashed the scathing Meet the Grams, in which he accuses Drake of being a deadbeat father and of hiding the existence of other children. You lied about your son. You lied about your daughter. You lied about them other kids that's out here hoping that you come. Lamar also alleges that Drake has gambling problems, drinking problems, pill popping and spending problems, bad with money, whorehouse, soliciting women problems. Therapy's a lovely start. He further insinuates that Drake was a predator and that Drake should die so all of these women can live with a purpose. The next day, on May 4, 2024, Lamar released Not Like Us. Not Like Us explicitly names Drake and his associates as pedophiles. Specifically, the track contains the following lyrics. Say, Drake, I hear you like 'em young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from 'em. Wop, wop, wop is in here. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. With the correct number of WOPs. The judge said I got the correct number of WOPs for you. Okay. Okay. And judge said wop, 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 wop with the gavel. Wop, 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 wop. Motion to dismiss in 5. Okay. On May 5, 2025, Drake responded in The Heart Part 6, directly denying Lamar's allegations of pedophilia. I never been with no one underage, but now I understand why this angle that you really mess with. Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected. If I was fucking young girls, I promise I'd be arrested. I'm way too famous for this shit you just suggested. Drake is not a name that you gon' oh, Drake is not a name that you gonna see on no sex offender list. In the track, Drake further sneers. Sneers? Sneers? She said he sneers. Drake further sneers that this Epstein angle was the shit I expected and accuses Lamar of wanting to misdirect. Drake also alleges that he had planted some of the information Lamar has used against him. We plotted for a week and then we fed you the information, but you so thirsty, you not concerned with investigation. You got to learn to fact check things and be less impatient. Chubbs, Party, and Baca. I can't believe, I really can't believe that this is happening. I really can't believe that this is happening. I'm just like, we're all here together, right? There's over 1,100 of you here. There's less than 800 likes. We're trying to hit a goal. It's spooky season. It's my birthday month. Do your girl a solid. Hit the like button. Judge said, footnote, Chubbs, Party, and Baca are associates of Drake's, while K. Dot is a nickname for Kendrick Lamar. I'm so dead. I cannot. Not Like Us was a huge commercial success. It has gained immense popularity on streaming and social media platforms. It has been streamed globally more than 1.4 billion times on Spotify alone as of April 2025. On November 8, 2024, the Recording Academy nominated Not Like Us for several Grammy Awards. And in February 2025, it won Record of the Year. A week later, on February 9, 2025, Kendrick Lamar performed Not Like Us live during the Apple Music Super Bowl halftime show. The performance is alleged to be the most watched Super Bowl halftime show of all time, with over 133.5 million views. Procedural history is going through what happened when. So the original complaint, the amended complaint. According to the amended complaint, the reference to cell block 1 is a thinly veiled threat that Drake should be careful that he never ends up in prison, a place where child predators are notoriously the targets of violence. The line certified lover boy, certified pedophiles is a so-called perverse reference to Drake's 2021 album Certified Lover Boy. She's taking this from Drake's language, okay? Plaintiff argues that the use of the term certified communicates that Drake has been found to be a pedophile. Oh, you know what's happening. You know what's happening? Oh my God. I just need to shout out to everybody who has been here from the beginning, from the very, very, very beginning, from before this biscuit had filed the lawsuit, but definitely from the point where he filed the lawsuit. What did I say? What did I say? I said, how do you prove that you are not a pedophile? And then we read his lawsuit, we read his amended complaint, and I said, "Oh, he picked the wrong thing here. He picked I have not been convicted of pedophilia." And what I said at the time repeatedly was, that is not the ultimate proof that you are a pedophile. Just objectively. The judge saying, plaintiff argues that the use of the term certified communicates that Drake has been found to be a pedophile. So the judge is saying, I see the specificity and nuance of what it is that you allege, and I'm holding you to that. You're killing me. Yeah, for real. For real. And the final line of this passage plays on the dual meaning of minor, a person under the age of 18, and a musical scale. Plaintiff further cites as defamatory the recording's description of Drake as Malibu's most wanted and a predator, and that his name got to be registered and placed on Neighborhood Watch. The associated music video shows images associated with sex trafficking to reinforce the pedophilia accusation. The recording is also accompanied by an album image of Drake's home in Toronto, which is plastered in icons used by law enforcement and public safety applications to denote the residences of registered sex offenders. Under New York law, the elements of a defamation claim are 1, a defamatory statement of fact; 2, it has to be regarding the plaintiff; 3, published to a third party; 4, that it is false; 5, made with the applicable level of fault; 6, causing injury; and 7, not protected by privilege. A defamatory statement is one that exposes an individual to public hatred, shame, obloquy, contumely, odium, contempt, ridicule, aversion, ostracism, degradation, or disgrace, or induces an evil opinion of one in the minds of right-thinking persons, and deprives one of confidence and friendly intercourse in society. That's some okay. The issue in this case is whether or not Like Us can reasonably be understood to convey as a factual matter that Drake is a pedophile or that he has engaged in sexual relations with minors. In light of the overall context in which the statements in the recording were made, the court holds that it cannot. Under the First Amendment, there is no such thing as a false idea. Only assertions of fact are capable of being proven false. Moreover, the New York Constitution provides for absolute protection of opinions. Thus, courts must distinguish between statements of fact, which may be defamatory, and expressions of opinion, which are not defamatory and have the full protection of the New York Constitution. Whether a challenged statement is fact or opinion is a legal question. Judges handle matters of law. Juries handle matters of fact. So the judge is saying this is a legal question. It's within my jurisdiction to address. Plaintiff argues that it is inappropriate for the court to determine at the pleading stage whether a reasonable listener would perceive the recording as fact or opinion. Yet, because this is a question of law, New York courts routinely resolve this question at the motion to dismiss stage. Whether a statement is a fact or opinion is a question of law for the courts to be decided based on what the average person hearing or reading the communication would take it to mean, and is appropriately raised at the motion to dismiss stage. There is particular value in resolving defamation claims at the pleading stage so as not to protract litigation through discovery and trial and thereby chill the exercise of constitutionally protected freedoms. In distinguishing between fact and opinion, 3 factors guide the court's consideration. 1, whether the specific language in issue has a precise meaning which is readily understood. 2, whether the statement are capable of being proven true or false. And 3, whether either the full context of the communication in which the statement appears or the broader social context and surrounding circumstances are such as to signal readers or listeners that what is being read or heard is likely to be opinion, not fact. The court conducts this inquiry through the lens of a reasonable listener. Plaintiff's suit is focused on a single factual message conveyed by the recording, the false allegation that Drake is a pedophile. The recording is myopically focused on ensuring that listeners take one message away from the song: Drake is a pedophile. This statement has a readily understandable meaning, and it is capable of being proven true or false. But even accusations of criminal behavior are not actionable if, understood in context, they are opinion rather than fact. Thus, the court will focus its analysis on the third factor. This inquiry is a holistic one, which looks to the overall context in which the assertions were made. Context includes the forum in which the communication was published, the surrounding circumstances, the tone and language of the communication, and its apparent purpose. To start, the court considers the form in which the allegedly defamatory statements appear, as that is a useful gauge for determining whether the reasonable reader would treat it more readily as opinion than fact. For example, the average listener is more likely to understand statements made on a news program or in a journalistic piece to be factual, while statements made in the opinion page of a newspaper or on an internet comment page are generally perceived as opinion. Case law is what I'm skipping past, quotes from case law. The form here is a music recording, in particular, a rap diss track with accompanying video and album art. Diss tracks are much more akin to forums like YouTube and X, which encourage a freewheeling, anything goes writing style, than journalistic reporting. The average listener is not under the impression that a diss track is the product of a thoughtful or disinterested investigation, conveying to the public fact-checked, verifiable content. Next, the court considers the full context of the communication in which the statement appears, including the setting surrounding the communication. The fact that the recording was made in the midst of a rap battle is essential to assessing its impact on a reasonable listener. Even apparent statements of fact may assume the character of statements of opinion when made in public debate, heated labor dispute, or other circumstances in which an audience may anticipate the use of epithets, fiery rhetoric, or big as the hyperbole. If you're new here, don't try and correct me. I do believe this is the largest live stream of continuously live folks in the chat that we have ever had. So help us meet a new goal, you know? Help us meet a new goal. And shout out to the mods for keeping the links in rotation. I appreciate you. And don't get ahead of me. There are folks talking about appeal. We haven't even finished reading this. You're new here. Don't get ahead of the host, please. Thank you very much. If you want to get on your channel and talk about the appeal process, knock yourself out. This isn't the place for it. As context is key, defamatory statements advance during the course of a heated public debate during which an audience would reasonably anticipate the use of epithets, fiery rhetoric, or hyperbole are not actionable. The decision by New York Court of Appeals is instructive in this regard. In Steinhilber, the allegedly defamatory statements were published in a tape-recorded telephone messages that was played automatically to anyone dialing the private phone number that was given to labor union members. The union had assessed a fine against plaintiff after she had defied a strike order, and the phone message appeared after she had failed to pay the fine. Okay, we don't need that. This case law. Where similar words, pedophile, behind bars, child predator, et cetera, in the context that they were said, were determined by the Second District Court of Appeals to be opinion. In reaching this conclusion, the Second Circuit relied upon the context in which these statements were made. Specifically, the comments were part of a war of words between disc jockeys at rival radio stations that received extensive media coverage and commentary. I would just like to point out for the nerds that in the motion to dismiss, when the defense argued this case, she pushed back on it. She pushed back on it in good faith, and they came back with a relevant argument for it. She cites it here. So people who are OVO hoes and don't know anything about appeals, motions, the demeanor of judges, et cetera, they read or listened to somebody else read the transcript of the motion to dismiss, and they were like, well, UMG clearly lost and Drake clearly won. No, she was stress testing their arguments, and this here proves that UMG was effective in their argument in raising this case because she cites it here. Again, that's for the nerds. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button, share this live. Okay, so specifically, the comments were part of a war of words between disc jockeys at rival radio stations that received extensive media coverage and commentary. As part of that feud, the plaintiff made comments on air suggesting that he would sexually abuse the minor daughter of the defendant. The Second Circuit concluded that, in this context, no reasonable listener could have perceived the defendant's responses to state or imply assertions of objective fact. She also cites Rappaport, which has come up a lot in the course of this case. Rappaport was also lost on appeal, and it's, again, this is why you don't get ahead of the host. This is strategic for her. She's not just citing district cases and how they ended up. She's citing cases that have already gone through appeal and been ruled on, which is smart for her because no judge wants to be overturned on appeal. Just as in these cases, the recording was published as part of a heated public feud in which both participants exchanged progressively caustic, inflammatory insults and accusations. This is precisely the type of context in which an audience may anticipate the use of epithets, fiery rhetoric, or hyperbole, rather than factual assertions. A rap diss track would not create more of an expectation in the average listener than the lyrics state sober facts instead of opinion than the statements at issue in those cases. For example, in Euphoria, Lamar calls Drake a master manipulator and habitual liar and a scam artist. Drake responds in Family Matters by heavily implying that Lamar is a domestic abuser. He also raps that he heard that one of Lamar's sons may not be biologically his. In Meet the Grams, Lamar takes issue with Drake involving his family members in their feud. Dear Aubrey, I know you probably think I wanted to crash your party, but truthfully, I don't have a hate bone in my body. Okay, that one. In that same track, Lamar alleges that Drake uses the weight loss drug Ozempic. This is so crazy. Don't cut them corners like your daddy did. Fuck what Ozempic did. Don't pay to play with them Brazilians. Get a gym membership. Lamar also insinuates that Drake knowingly hires sexual offenders. Grew facial hair because he understood being a beard just fit him better. He got sex offenders on OVHO that he keep on a monthly allowance. Of particular relevance in tailor-made freestyle, Drake challenges Lamar to make the pedophilia accusations at issue. Using the artificially generated voice of deceased rapper Tupac, Drake goads Lamar. Kendrick, we need you, the West Coast savior, engraving your name in some hip-hop history. If you deal with this viciously, you seem a little nervous about all the publicity. Fuck this Canadian light-skinned dot. We need a no debated West Coast victory man. Call him a bitch for me. Talk about him liking young girls. That's a gift from me. Heard it on the Button podcast. It's got to be true. It is in this context in which such lyrics as, say Drake, I hear you like him young, from the recording must be assessed. The similarity in the wording suggests strongly that this line is a direct callback to Drake's lyrics in the prior song. I would just like to have a moment of silence for Tupac and his role in this.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
Plaintiff argues that the court should ignore the songs that came before and assess Not Like Us as a singular entity. Plaintiff argues that the average listener is not someone who is familiar with every track released as part of the rap battle before listening to the recording. Because the recording has achieved a level of cultural ubiquity far beyond the other 7 songs, plaintiff contends that the court should not consider those other tracks in assessing how the average listener of the recording would perceive the allegations regarding Drake. There are a number of flaws with this argument. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button. I know there are a bunch of super chats, and I want to say that I appreciate all of you, and I am going to get to them, but I want to get through the document the first time before I stop and go to super chats. So shout out to everybody who's here. There's a lot of people here, and I appreciate you joining us. Hit the like button and share the live so the rest of the people can get the good fucking tea from this judge, because she is reading Drake for filth in the most legally professional way possible. It's fantastic. There are a number of flaws with this argument. Not Like Us cannot be viewed in isolation, but must be placed in its appropriate factual context. Statements must first be viewed in their context in order for courts to determine whether a reasonable person would view them as expressing or implying any facts. Here, that factual context is the insults and trash talking that took place via these diss tracks in the days and weeks leading up to the publication of Not Like Us. The songs released during this rap battle are in dialogue with one another. They reference prior songs and then respond to insults and accusations made by the rival artist. The songs thus must be read together to fully assess how the general audience would perceive the statements in the recording. Notably, the Second Circuit rejected a similar argument in Terrain. There, the plaintiff argued that the district court improperly considered the statements that he made during his war of words because they were not included in his complaint. The Second Circuit held that because the court must look at the overall context in which a statement was made in order to determine if it is actionable, the district court properly considered all statements made during the feud between the disc jockeys, regardless of whether they were included in the complaint. Moreover, while plaintiff is correct that the intended audience for the recording is the general public and not a subset of rap devotees or Kendrick Lamar fans, the recordings in the rap battle were likewise released to the general public. These were not songs accessible to a select niche few, but tracks released by commercially successful artists. While Not Like Us may be the most popular of the diss tracks, the other songs were hits in their own right, with streams in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Additionally, it was not just the recording which gained a cultural ubiquity, but the rap battle itself. In deciding this motion to dismiss, the court need not blind itself to the public attention garnered by this particular rap battle. The court takes judicial notice of the extensive mainstream media reporting that surrounded the release of Not Like Us and the associated feud between Drake and Lamar. Accordingly, the court must consider the entire rap battle to assess whether the average listener would take Lamar's statements as objective fact or opinion. Perhaps most Just looking at the footnotes, sorry. Perhaps most fatally for plaintiff's argument, it would render protection for artistic expression dependent upon an impermissible retroactive analysis. At the time he released Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar could not have been aware that it would break streaming records, win Record of the Year at the Grammys, or be featured at the Super Bowl halftime show. Yet plaintiff would have the court divorce the recording from the context in which it was created because of these subsequent events. Whether publications constitute actionable fact or protected opinion cannot vary based upon the popularity they achieve. Constitutional guarantees do not rest on such a flimsy foundation. Flimsy. 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 Plaintiff counters that even if the recording was protected opinion at the time of its initial publication, UMG's republication of Not Like Us in the months following, after it achieved unprecedented levels of commercial success, exposes it to liability. This argument is logically incoherent. Shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit the like button, share this live so more people can experience this amazing moment. This argument is logically incoherent. We agree, Judge. Don't we, chat? Don't we all agree? We've been agreeing with that since forever. We agree that it was logically incoherent. And boy, when they got into those oral arguments on motion to dismiss, that was the display of they're just going to say whatever. They just saying whatever they can to try and just hope and just pray and just, oh my God, let us get past this motion to dismiss. No, boo boo. No, your shit is flimsy and logically incoherent. If the recording was non-actionable opinion at the time it was initially produced, then its republication would not expose UMG to liability. Republication cannot transform Lamar's statement of opinion into UMG's statement of fact. I'm currently having an inappropriate reaction to this document. This is the second time on this channel that I've had an inappropriate physical reaction to reading a document. Republication cannot transform Kendrick Lamar's statement of opinion into UMG's statement of fact. Maybe a little shoulder. Oh God. This replay is going to be so delicious. I just love it. We have over 2,000 people watching this live. Slap that like button like Drake slaps on his, his front lace. Go away. Get the fuck out of here. Goodbye. We don't have time for stupid people here.
Mr. Scott, open the door. Mr. Scott, now.
I study rap battles for a living.
That the recording can only reasonably be understood as opinion is reinforced by the language employed in the song. Loose, figurative, or hyperbolic statements, even if depreciating the plaintiff. And imaginative expression cannot constitute actionable defamation. In Rappaport, for example, the court concluded that the tone and apparent purpose of the diss track, especially considering its use of hyperbolic and vitriolic words and imagery, further reinforced for the audience that the video is not intended to reflect an accurate factual assessment of Rappaport. The district court faced no difficulty concluding that the context of this diss track video reasonably signals to viewers that the challenged statements are the prejudiced opinionated viewpoints of the Barstool defendants. The Second Circuit affirmed the district court's analysis, concluding that the nature and tone of the surrounding language can function as a strong indicator to the reasonable reader that the statement is not expressing or implying any facts. Not Like Us is replete with profanity, trash talking, threats of violence, and figurative and hyperbolic language, all of which are initia of opinion. A reasonable listener would not equate a song that contains lyrics such as "Ain't no law, boy, you ball boy, fetch Gatorade" or something, "Since 2009, I had this bitch jumping," with accurate factual reporting. Accordingly, the reasonable listener of Not Like Us would conclude that Lamar is rapping hyperbolic vituperations. That's a new one for me. Hyperbolic vituperations. Plaintiff contends that in determining if the lyric in Not Like Us express fact or opinion, the court must consider the subjective views of listeners as well as commentators in the rap industry and the press who understood the recording, video, and image as an attempt to convey a precise factual message, pedophilia, about Drake. The amended complaint cites extensively to comments and posts from YouTube and Instagram. Shout out meow meow 1 2 3 4 meow. Shout out to you. um, that expressed the belief that the recording had exposed the truth and that Drake truly was engaged in pedophilia and sexual violence against children. But distinguishing between fact and opinion is a question of law for the courts to be decided based on what the average person hearing or reading the communication would take it to mean. The dispositive inquiry is whether a reasonable listener could have concluded that the statements were conveying fact about the plaintiff. Courts make that determination by looking at the full context and surrounding circumstances of the challenged communication. The court holds, based upon a full consideration of the context in which Not Like Us was published, that a reasonable listener could not have concluded that Not Like Us was conveying objective facts about Drake. The views expressed by users like etc., and other YouTube and Instagram commentators quoted in the complaint do not alter the court's analysis. In a world in which billions of people are active online, support for almost any proposition, no matter how far fetched, fantastical, or unreasonable, can be found with little effort in any number of comment sections, chat rooms, and servers. That some readers may infer a defamatory meaning from a statement does not necessarily render the inference reasonable under the circumstances. Judge said, they biscuit heads. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Please, dear God. Please, dear God, because we like over 1,000 in the red on the docket fund, and it's nerve-wracking, if I could just be perfectly honest, it's nerve-wracking. But anyway, um, that some readers or listeners may infer a defamatory meaning from a statement does not necessarily render the inference reasonable. She's saying, just because you said that doesn't mean you're reasonable in what it is that you have determined under the circumstances. The artist's 7-track rap battle was a war of words that was the subject of substantial media scrutiny and online discourse. Although the accusation that plaintiff is a pedophile is certainly a serious one, the broader context of a heated rap battle with incendiary language and offensive accusations hurled by both participants would not incline the reasonable listener to believe that Not Like Us imparts verifiable facts about plaintiff. To the extent that plaintiff alleges that the image and video are independently actionable, the court holds that they too constitute opinion. The image is the album cover art for Not Like Us. It thus shares the same overall context as the recording itself. The image is designed to reinforce the message of the recording. And as the court has already found, that message is protected opinion. Additionally, the image itself, with its overlay of more than a dozen sex offender markers, is obviously exaggerated and doctored. No reasonable person would view the image and believe that, in fact, law enforcement had designated 13 residents in Drake's home as sex offenders. The figurative imagery accompanying the music video also constitutes protected opinion. Plaintiff alleges, for example, that the video depicts a prolonged shot of a live owl in a cage, projecting the message that Drake belongs behind bars. An image of a caged owl cannot reasonably be understood to convey a factual message. Similarly, depicting Kendrick Lamar playing hopscotch while singing the A minor lyric is not suggestive of objective reporting. Oh my God.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. That's funny. I'm gonna enjoy this replay gang so much. Shout out to the replay gang, the future who will be watching this video in the replay. And shout out to everybody who's watching. Slap the shit out the like button. Like the judge is slapping the shit out of Drake's sorry ass arguments. Drake alleges, for example, that the video depicts a prolonged shot of a live owl in a cage projecting the message that Drake belongs behind bars. An image of a caged owl cannot reasonably be understood to convey a factual message. Similarly, depicting Kendrick Lamar playing hopscotch while singing the A minor lyric is not suggestive of objective reporting. Although pure opinion cannot constitute actionable defamation, mixed opinion, which is an opinion that implies that it is based upon facts which justify the opinion but are unknown to those reading or hearing it, is actionable. Mixed opinion holds the implication that the speaker knows certain facts unknown to his audience, which supports his opinion and are detrimental to the person about whom he is speaking. Whether statements constitute mixed opinion presents a legal question, which must be answered by considering, in the context of the entire communication and of the circumstances in which they were spoken or written, whether the average listener would reasonably understand the opinion as implying the assertion of undisclosed facts justifying the opinion. So, what she's getting ready to talk about is the rabbit hole lyric. She's getting ready to talk about the rabbit hole lyric because Drake's lawyers argued that this was a mixed opinion situation where Kendrick is asserting statements of fact based on information that he has access to, but that the public does not. And so the judge, I'm betting my ass, is getting ready to address that or is addressing that in bringing up mixed opinion. Just as the overall context of Not Like Us forecloses the argument that its lyrics can be read as factual assertions, that same context negates any implication that Lamar's lyrics are based upon undisclosed facts. In the context of this rap diss battle, no reasonable person would listen to Not Like Us and assume that Lamar uniquely had access to credible, provable facts that revealed Drake to be a pedophile. Plaintiff's argument that the lyrics to Not Like Us can be read to suggest Lamar's reliance upon undisclosed facts is unavailing. She's not persuaded. Plaintiff's first posits that the line, "Say Drake, I hear you like 'em young," indicates that Lamar had heard from outside sources evidence confirming that Drake is a pedophile. As discussed, however, that ignores that this line is reasonably understood to be a direct response to Drake's challenge to Lamar in Tailor Made Freestyle to talk about Drake liking young girls. Heard it on the Budden podcast. It's gotta be true. This lyric clearly prods Lamar to discuss pre-existing rumors about Drake's interest in minors. Lamar's responsive lyrics are thus akin to the accusation of pedophilia in Terrain that the Second Circuit concluded constituted pure opinion. There, the Second Circuit concluded that a reasonable person would understand, based on the context, that the defendant disc jockey was using the term pedophile in response to directly pertinent comments made by plaintiff during their war of words and was not relying upon undisclosed facts. Plaintiff's next point to the lyric, "Rabbit hole is still deep. I can go further, I promise." Plaintiff argues that a reasonable listener could view the lyrics as suggesting that Lamar has specific evidence to back up his assertions of pedophilia. It is not at all clear that this is a natural reading of this lyric. Even if this line was susceptible to such an interpretation standing alone, however, no reasonable listener could understand it in this way given the overall context. I'm just looking at a footnote. Millie Bobby Brown is in this footnote. Plaintiff claims that the interpretation is disputed and the court would require vital witness testimony in order to properly understand this lyric's meaning. Yet at oral argument, plaintiff's counsel could not provide the court with any alternative understanding of this lyric. Oh, I remember that moment. Oh God, that was such a fun document to read. Furthermore, in The Heart Part 6, Drake confirms that he understands Lamar to be referring to these pre-existing rumors when Drake rapped, "Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Brown's. I'd never look twice at no teenager." To understand the relevant context for these back and forths, the court takes judicial notice of the fact that Millie Bobby Brown is a well known actress and that she has given interviews stating that she and Drake formed a friendship when she was 14 years old and he was 32 years old. Paperwork Poppy got some serious paper cuts today. Say that 5 times fast. This is just even if the line was susceptible to such an interpretation standing alone, however, no reasonable listener. Okay. Drake and Lamar each use similar hyperbolic threatening language. Example, don't tell no lie about me, and I won't tell the truth about you. Example, your darkest secrets are coming to light. Example, I've been in this industry 12 years. I'm going to tell y'all one little secret is some weird shit going on, and some of these artists be here to police it. Example, I got your fucking lines tapped. I swear that I'm dialed in. What about the bones we dug up in that excavation? This kind of posturing in a rap diss track does not make such lines more likely to be understood by the ordinary listener to be anything but pure opinion. Second degree harassment. Second degree harassment. New York does not recognize a civil cause of action for harassment. With regard to the alleged harassment, New York does not recognize a common law cause of action to recover damages for harassment. Notwithstanding this precedent, plaintiff attempts to bring a claim for harassment under Section 240.26, parentheses 3 of the New York Penal Code. A person commits harassment in the second degree when they hold the intent to harass, annoy, or alarm another person and engage in a course of conduct or repeatedly commit acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other persons and which serve no legitimate purpose. Plaintiff alleges that the recording, video, and image, individually and collectively, provide a call to target Drake, including through violence, and that defendant's course of conduct in publishing specific and unequivocal threats of violence has placed plaintiff in reasonable fear of physical harm. This state criminal statute does not provide a private right of action, however. Accordingly, plaintiff fails to state a claim for harassment. Under New York law, where a penal statute does not expressly confer a private right of action on individuals pursuing civil relief, recovery under such a statute may be had only if a private right of action may fairly be implied. To clarify, what does that mean? Drake's harassment claim in this lawsuit is under the penal code, not the civil code. And so the court is saying that if you think that you were the victim of second degree harassment, you should have called the police. You cannot sue. You cannot take this to a private action as a private party and sue under a penal code. They don't transfer. So she goes through her rationale and through all of the established case law to support that. Enforcement authority lies with police for the prevention of cruelty to animals, and violations are handled in criminal. Okay, that's case law. Consistent with this precedent, courts routinely dismiss civil harassment claims as non-cognizable under New York law. A bunch of case law there where she's just showing examples of this is always dismissed. While plaintiff cites cases in which courts have recognized a private right of action for criminal harassment under New York's law, most of this authority predates specific case law. As for two-sided cases that post-date Hammer, neither of those cases mention Hammer or engage in the analysis required by the New York Court of Appeals to imply a private right of action from a provision of the penal law. There is nothing to distinguish criminal harassment from other provisions of the New York Criminal Code for which there is no implied private right of action. The New York legislature conferred authority to enforce the criminal harassment statute upon local law enforcement. There are no indications in the statutory scheme that the legislature intended to confer a civil cause of action for violation of section 240.26. Plaintiff's claim for harassment must therefore be dismissed. Plaintiff's final cause of action brought under Section 349 of New York General Business Law fares no better. Section 349 prohibits deceptive acts or practices in the conduct of any business, trade, or commerce, or in the furnishing of any service. Plaintiff alleges that on information and belief, defendant engaged in deceptive acts and practices in the conduct of business, trade, and commerce by covertly financially incentivizing third parties, including music platforms and social media influencers, to play, stream, and promote the recording. As one example, plaintiff alleges that he understands that UMG covertly paid a popular NFR podcast to promote the recording and publish podcast episodes and other content about the recording. On information and belief, plaintiff further claims that UMG used its resources to incentivize third parties to use bots to stream the recording and subsequently extolled the recording streaming numbers on Spotify while knowing that millions of streams were false and fraudulent. Lastly, the amended complaint alleges that UMG paid at least one radio promoter to engage in pay-for-play arrangements, or Payola, at the recording of the recording on New York radio stations. To successfully state a claim under Section 349, a plaintiff must demonstrate that 1, the defendant's deceptive acts were directed at consumers, 2, the acts are misleading in a material way, and 3, the plaintiff has been injured as a result. Plaintiff asserts that defendant's deceptive acts and practices were intended to inflate the public's view of the recording popularity and success, which would lead a reasonable consumer of music to be materially misled. Defendant first argues that plaintiff uses an improper pleading device, as his Section 349 allegations all rest upon information and belief and do not go beyond pure conjecture and speculation. Plaintiff counters that the applicable standard is plausibility. Plaintiff counters that the applicable standard is plausibility under case law. Case law does not prevent a plaintiff from pleading facts on information and belief in appropriate circumstances, but the plaintiff may only do so where the facts are peculiarly within the possession and control of the defendant, or where the belief is based on factual information that makes the inference of culpability plausible. In that scenario, the allegations must be accompanied by a statement of the facts upon which the belief is found. Plaintiff argues that both case law conditions are satisfied because the amended complaint alleges that UMG made indirect payments to a wide array of unknown third parties and also pleads sufficient factual information concerning UMG's scheme, including examples thereof, contemporary reports, as well as UMG's past practices. At oral argument, plaintiffs stressed that Not Like Us was the fastest song to reach 300 million streams on Spotify within just 35 days, which plaintiff argues is a sufficient basis for the court to infer that defendant implemented a technique to manipulate stream totals, among other unprecedented tactics, to reach unprecedented rocketing up the streaming chart. The court disagrees. To allege that UMG implemented covert practices to manipulate streams of Not Like Us and inflate the recording's perceived popularity, plaintiff relies on tweets by individual users and reporting from fans to allege that UMG utilized covert tactics to manipulate streams of Not Like Us. The court finds plaintiff's reliance on online comments and reporting insufficient to meet the plausibility standard. A small sample of users' possible experience communicated through tweets and other anonymized commentary fails to establish a plausible inference that UMG manipulated listeners into streaming Not Like Us instead of Drake's music. While these covert practices of providing financial incentives to undisclosed third parties and leveraging of business relationships, if they exist, may be facts that are peculiarly within the possession and control of UMG, plaintiffs' allegations, based on what boils down to unreliable online commentary, do not form a sufficient factual basis such that there is a reasonable expectation that discovery will reveal evidence of illegality. Ultimately, plaintiff fails to provide any facts or circumstances that would make it highly plausible that UMG conducted such covert business tactics. Even if the court accepted plaintiff's pleadings on information and belief, plaintiff still has not stated a claim for relief under Section 349. Plaintiff has not sufficiently alleged deceptive practices that are consumer oriented. Under New York law, the term consumer is consistently associated with an individual or natural person who purchases goods, services, or property primarily for personal, family, or household purposes. A defendant engages in consumer-oriented activity if the company's actions cause any consumer injury or harm to the public interest. While Section 349 does not preclude an action brought by one business competitor against another, it is at its core a consumer protection device. The amended complaint does not indicate how any of the deceptive practices allegedly utilized by UMG harmed consumers. For example, the amended complaint does not allege that consumers paid more than they otherwise would have for a product, purchased a product that they otherwise would not have because of misrepresentations regarding the product, or otherwise received less in value for any purchases that they did make. The amended complaint is somewhat vague as to who the class of consumers is and what product, goods, or services they are purchasing. It is not clear how the alleged redirection of Spotify users who are searching for other unrelated songs and artists to the recording would amount to actual harm of consumers or any limitation of their choices. At most, the allegation suggests that UMG engaged in practices to make Not Like Us seem more popular than it actually was without connecting that activity to any consumer harm. Such practices, without more, do not state a claim under Section 349 of the General Business Law. Defendant's motion to dismiss is granted. The clerk of the court is respectfully directed to terminate EFC numbers 42, 78, and 81 and close the case. I'm going to read the very beginning introduction of this document again for anybody who came late so that you can hear the best part. Okay, shout out to everybody who's watching. Hit that like button if you'd be oh so kind. Much appreciated. This case arises from perhaps the most infamous rap battle in the genre's history, the vitriolic war of words that erupted between superstar recording artists Aubrey Drake Graham and Kendrick Lamar Duckworth in the spring of 2024. Over the course of 16 days, the two artists released 8 so-called diss tracks with increasingly heated rhetoric, loaded accusations, and violent imagery. The penultimate song of this feud, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, dealt the metaphorical killing blow. The song contains lyrics explicitly accusing Drake of being a pedophile, set to a catchy beat and propulsive bass line. Not Like Us went on to become a cultural sensation, achieving immense commercial success and critical acclaim. Both Drake and Kendrick Lamar have recording contracts with defendant UMG Recordings. Drake alleges that UMG intentionally published and promoted Not Like Us while knowing that the song's insinuations that he has sexual relations with minors were false and defamatory. A plaintiff may not simply allege facts that are consistent with liability. The complaint must nudge plaintiff's claims across the line from conceivable to plausible. Threadbare recitals of the elements of a cause of action, supported by mere conclusory statements, do not suffice. We are deciphered. Are you at work? Are you and DJ like busy? You guys want to join a live stream? Hang out for a couple minutes. Here we go. Yeah, Drake's lawsuit has been dismissed in totality by the court. Wait, oh, you're working. Damn. I saw yes, and I was like, who? And then I saw I'm working. Damn. Okay. No, not tripping. I was just thinking in my head, like, I want to talk to somebody about this like live. Wow. Okay, so yeah, shout out to everybody who's watching. I'd like to know what your thoughts are. I'd like to know. We can talk tomorrow. That's totally fine. We can talk whenever. You already know how it go. I'd like to know what y'all think. You know, thumbs up, you agree. Thumbs down, you don't agree. Hit the chat with your vote. Thumbs up, you agree with this decision. Thumbs down, you don't agree with your decision. With this decision. This is Kiki's probably at work. This is really, really great. I just have to say, for freedom of expression, this is so significant, and I'm so personally relieved because I don't think I have the energy for this fight. I don't have the energy for this fight to be validated as something that we should reconsider, that we should actually, apply the law to censor artists because somebody got their feelings hurt. And this judge went through and just said all the way around, 360 degrees around every claim that you bring in this complaint, you don't meet the standard. It's not persuasive. And in context, you started this shit. You did this. I see a lot of thumbs up. I know there's some OV hoes up in here who feel some kind of way. For real. It's good to see you. I haven't seen your beautiful face in a while. It's good to see you. Medora, I'm just going to let that one stand. We know what it means, beloved. We know what it means. Abso-fucking-lutely not. And I've said that from the gate, from the jump. And I have been incensed with biscuit heads on the internet who don't know anything about anything, saying this is just all a precursor to him suing Kendrick directly. I made a video about this explaining why he would not and could not do that, and why he went this route instead. And so no, he's not going to do that. He wasn't going to do that even if he had survived the motion to dismiss. He was never going to go at Kendrick Lamar directly. Number one, because he's a bitch boy. And number two, because he doesn't have a legal fucking leg to stand on. As evidenced by what we just read. I mean, yes. Yes, it matters. Yes, it matters. Without prejudice means you can try and refile it. With prejudice means you cannot. Okay? So for people who are like, well, he's just going to refile it and over, and no, he's not. going to do that. I'm not going to entertain any of that in the chat, and don't listen to any of that headassery on the internet, because 99.999999999% of those people do not know what the fuck they are talking about. They don't have a crystal ball. Even if they did, that's not how crystal balls work. They can't give you any insight into what is or is not going to happen next. If this is appealable, they have to notice the docket that they're going to appeal. Until then and there, this case is closed. If it is appealable, it is dismissed unless the Second Circuit Court of Appeals reinstates the case. So for any biscuit heads out there saying, well, the case isn't dismissed until after an appeal is decided on, the case is dismissed. Period. The case is closed. The docket is closed. Period. The end. Well. That's tough. I didn't even know. Drake, you do music? I didn't even know. Head ass. Well, that's why you send him over here. That's what I'm here for, to articulate the biscuit head assery of this lawsuit. I wrote a book about it. I wrote another book about it. And guess what, chat? I get to finish the second book. Yes, I do. And all of y'all gonna order these books for history so that you have them. We write our Black ass American history every single day. Every single day. In word and in deed. And oh baby, is this a moment in time? Is this a moment in history? It sure is. It sure is. It sure is. I got a book around here somewhere. I sure do. This is the first book. Bloodlines and Battle Rhymes, How Rap Beef Became a Cultural Reckoning. The second book is almost done. Now I get to spend some time finishing it. It's called Exhibit A. Pre-order is available. Knock yourselves out. You can get signed copies. You can get unsigned copies. You can do all of the things. Okay? Support the docket fund. Support the channel. Support your girl. Much appreciated. Holy hell. We on the other side. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud. I'm very proud of both of the books. I'm very proud of myself. I'm very proud of this community for supporting me. I'm immensely grateful for the support for this, for this. I've been, covering this lawsuit to the best of my ability, reading every single document with the people, trying to help you make sense of it, even though we don't agree with it. It is important to understand things we don't agree with so we know how to combat them. So the biggest shout out is to this community for seriously making it worth my time and sticking with it and getting this far. We still got a ways to go. Exhibit A. Where? Goddamn, I lost it. That I threw it over there. Bloodlines and battle rhymes in Exhibit A. Great gifts for the holidays. For your loved one, for your good hip hop fan, for your good Black History fan, for your good K dot fan. Oh yes, pretty good book if I do say so myself. There's people in the chat. They could tell you about it. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Kim Briggs, thank you for the $10 contribution. T Mac, thank you for the $20 contribution. Yeah, this live started off as one thing and then moved into something else. The docket alert happened live, as does happen. This is why I stop every single time you hear that ding and I stop and I look away. It's because I need to see what docket alert it is and I need to see it right away. And this is why I need to see the docket alerts right away, so that I can switch it up right away. So, yes. Brittany Snell, thank you for your $10 contribution. T-Mac with the $10 contribution. Baby, the airlock. Airlock did his damn thing. Angie lady, yes, child. Yes, thank you for the contribution. T-Mac again. Spooky Ariel, Docket Fund support. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do an update on spooky season tomorrow, and a costume update for the Princey tomorrow. Promise. Thank you very much. Motivation Nation, gang. Glad I called out today. National holiday. I know that's right. Shit. Docket Fund, baby. Thank you, beautiful. D2B2, hey boo, how you doing? Thank you, appreciate you. Kaylee, thank you. AM, thank you. Madame, hello, thank you, appreciate you. Selena, thank you. T-Mac again, always holding it down. I appreciate you. D-Doc, hello. Raphael, good to see you. Appreciate your support. Joss is reading. Princey heard me say his name. He's like, here I come. Amen or Amin. Thank you very much for the support. V. Conley, it's good to see you, beautiful. Sonia, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate you. All hail Decrees. I wish he would. I wish he would. I wish a motherfucker would. Nadie, thank you. The judge dropped serious bars. KB, thank you. Lori, Janae, Agua, Alicia, Lori, Eric, King, that lady, T-Mac, y'all killing it. T-Mac killing it. I see you taking care of the pets in the shelter. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Naya Rai? I hope I said that right. That is a beautiful name. I appreciate the support. Thank you so very much. Snowman Dan. The legal airlock to the Shadow Realm is rough. His birthday is the 24th. That's right. To be a fly on the wall. That's right. He and I are within a couple days of each other. I think we're having different experiences this spooky season. Drake and I are definitely having different experiences this spooky season. I'm fucking living my best life. He's crying right now. Old school Gemini. This is extremely generous of you. And thank you so much. Happy birthday month, Absa. Thank you. My neighbor came around to check I was okay. My neighbors, this is their in-office day, so I didn't get a text message from them like, are you okay? What's going on? Because they also know that I'm dealing with a pre-existing issue, right? I didn't get a text message from them either, but I would have. You all saw my reaction live when I saw it, because the docket alert said, motion to dismiss granted. Before I even opened the document, I saw what the outcome was. So you all saw my reaction live and in real time. I screamed hysterically. And then was like, I need to get it together and switch over this live. Maddie Glass, thank you. Thank you. Y'all did. There were some of you who were like, I feel it. I feel like it's coming. And again, as I said this morning, I almost wore my wop 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 shirt. I did check the docket a couple times this morning when I got up. I definitely felt different than yesterday. Like yesterday, I told you was a really rough day. And I went through the day kind of knowing like, this is your pocket. This is your pocket. I don't know what's going to happen the next day, but I definitely had the feeling of you need to be on your fucking game on Thursday. This is your pocket. You can have this day, but you need to be on your fucking game on Thursday. Thank you, ancestors. I did my best. I hope I made you proud. Hammy, thank you. YouTube Unfolded, good to see you. Nisi, welcome to the membership level. Nova, love that name. Good to see you, beautiful. DJ, how you doing? Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. Good to see you. I hope I sent you guys the email. I was like, who do I need to want to make sure knows right now? And I don't even think I said anything in my email. I think I just forwarded you all the docket alert. And that's if I pressed the send button. And I'm not sure if I did. I might open my email and just see draft sitting there. But I'm glad that you were able to be here. And thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Mika Red, thank you. It's good to see you. Autumn, the Aries, thank you. Beach Koopa, thank you so much for the support. That is very generous and thoughtful, and I appreciate it. I appreciate 99 just as much as 199, just so people are clear. Paying for what you value is, is the reason why I'm here. So if it's $2 that you can, that's what you can do to support, I treasure that just as much. And if you can't do anything to support, I treasure your likes and your views and your comments and your support. I literally would not be here, would have packed it in a long time ago. So just wanted to say that. But thank you so much. Down in Dixie, how you doing? Hey, Miss Fire. Hey, baby. Oh, we drinking tonight. This is great. Yeah, we drinking tonight for sure. This is what I needed that damn Beyonce liquor for. I still ain't had none. Yeah. It is definitely fitting. Yes. Q Kennedy, thank you. Twilight, thank you. Diaz, thank you. Raphael, Tunisia, thank you. Mika Red, Jimmy, Stephanie Milburn, hello. Twilight again, thank you all. I appreciate you. Bleak Superior, 199, thank you so much. Yeah, because the rest of them were kind of simple for her. You didn't state a claim that, you didn't reach the bar for me to even address this. On defamation, let me wholly unpack. And the fact that she says from the very beginning, this ruling is made with the presumption that everything that Drake says is true. But it's not persuasive. It's not plausible. And it fails on its face. This shit over here, flimsy. This shit, what is this over here you arguing? Yeah, just said, okay, that's your best? Proven pedophile? Convicted pedophile, huh? That's what you're locking yourself into? Okay, buddy. You go ahead and you lock your little self into that. I am shy. Thank you. The smoke. What up? Thank you, beautiful. Bills. It's gonna pay bills, but thank you. Mrs. C60, it's good to see you, beautiful. Oh, punching it hard. He punching it hard. Hello, beautiful. I swear to God, I mean, we could all be sisters, but I swear to God, the two of you right here, that lady, thank you so much. Girl, fuck them biscuit heads. Thank you so much. Dr. Sankofa, you're welcome. Thank you. Hey, beautiful. Good to see you for the fund, for the fund, for the docket fund. Drifting Flux. Hello, beautiful. Happy birthday. You were the first person I thought of when the news dropped. Oh, thank you. I love that. I love that we have that between us, you know? I really do. Stephen Guy, thank you. Yuri, welcome to the membership letter level. Kai, thank you. B.A. White, thank you. Che E, thank you. I know, right? I know. I'm like, oh my God. What am I gonna do with myself for the rest of the day? I don't even know. I don't even know. Mm, man. Yeah, this is really incredible. This is really incredible. She went through everything methodically and just killed everything. She just went through every single one, went through the lyrics meticulously. I mean, this is just incredible. Incredible. She put some respect on Tupac. The Tupac There were some people who said during my reading of the transcript of oral arguments for motion to dismiss, there were people in the chat who were like, if this winds up coming down to the AI appropriation of Tupac's voice, I'm gonna lose my shit. Because the cultural justice of that, judge said, no, you told him to say it. Nope. You told him to say it in Tupac's AI generated voice. You told him to say some shit in what's his buckets? Snoop Dogg's AI generated voice. And then in your own voice, you confirmed, etc., etc., etc. Thank you, reincarnated stargazer. I appreciate you. It's been a ride. It ain't over for me, child. Now I gotta go finish a book. I gotta go finish a book and get people to buy it. Ah, Tamia, thank you. Appreciate you. Drea, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is a very important case. It is a very important case. It is a very important case.
I study rap battles for a living.
Just pull yourself together. High five. I'm bulletproof.
I was insanely offended by that. It's a total dishonoring of the dead. Yeah, I was insanely offended by that. Insanely offended by that. It's not even that, it's pick a dead person. It's just insanely disrespectful of the dead to hijack their voice and likeness and do something like that. Insanely disrespectful. And the fact that that has come back to haunt him so thoroughly. He is having the spooky season that he deserves. Okay, Kendrick, we want the documentary now. You filmed everything behind the scenes, including the pop out, and we'd like the documentary now. We'd like actually whatever IP has been withheld while waiting for this motion to dismiss. Any, collapse, any artists out there holding back on something where Kenny is a feature, drop it. Drop it now. We'll take it now. Please and thanks. Hold on a second, guys. I need to deal with something that's happening outside my door. I need to run down. Well, you can't see me, but you can hear me. I need to run downstairs real quick and move something that somebody is now obstructing, or it's not going to get picked up. I'm very sorry for the interruption. I will be right back and we will continue from there. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have as long as they're not about what biscuit heads out there are saying, because here we do not give a fuck, okay? So stretch, hydrate, get some snackies. I'll be back in just a second. Thank you. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Well, what a day, what a day. Yep, it finally happened. Mhm. It's pretty incredible. Pretty damn incredible. Oh, you're so welcome, beautiful. You're so welcome. Hello there, the transporter. You can change your name all you want. It's still the same. It's good to see you, beautiful. Mods, keep those links in rotation. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Ooh, child. Wow. It's just like settling over my body. I've got chills right now. This is true. Thank you, Poison Ivy. Good to see you. Have a good rest of the day. Poison Ivy says, bye, guys. It was amazing to share this moment with you. Once again, everyone say thanks to Aubrey for giving us ABSA and this community. That is true. That is true. This whole channel started because of the beef. So, yeah. Oh, I hope you're not a catfisher. I've been through this before on this channel. He ain't been back since, but the links are right there. I hope that didn't sound pessimistic, but been through some things on this channel, you know? Been through some things. Just me and my old innocent age coming onto the interwebs, you know, around these young folk. They say all kind of things on the internet. They sure do. We do. We have some catching up to do. Memphis Diva, longtime listener, usually replay gang. Gang. Do you gang bang? First time commenting. Well, good. It's good to have you in the live chat. Thanks for all the hard work. You're welcome. Strong dedication. I'm trying. And insightful takes. I mean, sometimes. Love tuning in. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Drake case just went platinum. LOL. Nah, his case just went into the shredder. Books. I've spent over a year studying this shit and writing about it and talking about it. So y'all just remember when the men folk decide that they're going to write a book and they start talking about they the first and they the only, remember, check them. Who did it first? Who wrote it first? Who was here first? Yeah, buddy. You're ridiculous. It's amazing how much Aubrey really wants Kendrick's life, which is full of love, something he's clearly lacking. Love, success, happiness, contentment. Hey.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. I know y'all hold it down. I know you do. I know y'all hold it down. So yeah. This is going to be an interesting day. I know that there are going to be people who hop into the chat like, but uh, and this and that, and they said this statement after the ruling came out, and they said that statement. I don't care about public statements. Those are not things that I cover on this channel. I only care about things that are on the docket. That's it. If it's not on the docket, I don't care what they said, because 9 times out of 10, they are contradicting themselves. And the public statement is PR. What's on the docket is what they're willing to live and die by. So, yeah, I'm not concerned with public statements about this, that, or the other. He's gonna appeal. I don't care. I don't care until it's on the docket. So please don't clutter the chat with such and such said. Baby, I don't care what such and such said. That's never been important to me. Wow. Mainstream media is lacking behind me. Catch up, y'all. Catch up. Yeah, I'm pleased as punch. I'm just I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that we don't have to go through this battle. You know, I could be selfish and be like, oh, but content. No, I'm not gonna no. I really want this to be resolved and go away. DJ asked, putting you out there, but DJ asked, so does this mean they just dismissed the request to release Kendrick's contract? The judge, in her order, she explicitly quashes the motions for Kendrick's unredacted contract and for Lucian Grange's documents. She explicitly quashes those in her overall dismissal order. So everything is dead, period. Subpoenas for witnesses, subpoenas for evidence, depositions. We want Kendrick's contract. We want this. We want that. The case is closed. That's the last sentence of the order. Cut this. She's referring to their motions to compel for Kendrick's unredacted contract and for Lucian's documents. This case is done. So Kojo, anybody else that he was trying to hunt down, any other evidence that he wants, the case is done. Period. What will be interesting to see, even though this case is closed, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that UMG will come back onto the docket. There's a fucking fly in here. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, I don't think it's beyond the realm of possibility that UMG comes back onto the docket to ask for a clarifying order on the protective orders that have ruled discovery. You see that happen when cases conclude one way or another, that parties will come back onto the docket and be like, hey, remember that thing that's protected from being leaked or protected that's attorney's eyes only or sealed or whatever? We want that to last forever. So something like that could happen on this existing docket If they just felt like, you piece of shit, if they just felt like, out of an abundance of caution, we need to clarify that everything that was protected in this case remains protected now that the case is over. So that could happen, but this case is dead. So if you hear any biscuit heads out there saying otherwise, well, it's not dead until after appeal. The case is closed. She closed the docket, period. And she quashed any outstanding motions on the docket. So that just is what it is. Okay, I'll play your game. What's not true, dear? Keep in mind, this is your one shot, so make it a good one. Yeah, we're having a good day. Make it a good one. Because anytime somebody says LOL, they're not a serious fucking adult. But go ahead, make it a good one. You gonna see your way out of here too. You gonna see your way out of here too. Asked and answered. Hit the replay, gang. We're in the long black goodbye now. I don't know. It's a new record. Yay. Girl, get the fuck out of here. Jesus fucking Christ. How pathetic do you have to be?
Scott, open the door. Mr. Scott, now.
First of all, you like 2 hours behind. Second of all, we don't cape for abusers here. Okay? We don't put up with dumbass women who cape for abusers. So, disrespectfully, get the fuck on. BX Finest. In honor of this dismissal, don't forget to stream Not Like Us and GNX to celebrate this marvelous occasion. How many times has Not Like Us like come back to the top of the charts? Because Drake did some stupid shit. Hey Stout, how you doing? Good. I'm glad. Multitasking. Excellent. Excellent. Drake is the biggest promoter of Not Like Us. Baby. That's not what the ruling was. I just want to clarify. Blissfully Free 1777. He can't prove that he's not a pedophile, so he can't sue for defamation. That's not what the ruling is. He's not defamed by the statements. That's the ruling. It's not defamation. If it's not defamation, he's not defamed. And it's not defamation. It's protected speech. Also, he did lock himself into a very specific argument on whether or not he is or is not a pedophile. And I've been saying for over a year, he picked the wrong fucking one. And I'm not even a lawyer. I'm just a strategist. Zero defamation. Zero defamation. But to her point, as he put, or excuse me, as the judge noted in her ruling, okay, your argument is that you haven't been found criminally to be a pedophile. That's not the same thing as not being a pedophile. Also, that's not what Kendrick says in his song. Also, this is all fucking irrelevant because I already decided, I've already ruled that this is non-actionable speech. You can't sue for this. But I'm still going to knock down each one of your arguments to explain why. And point out the hypocrisy and the flip-flopping of your attorneys. It is crazy fucking work for a lawyer to stand before a judge and say, at the time the song was released, it was protected speech. But because they republished it so many times through licensing deals and all of that, it became defamation. The judge said, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Huh? No, that's not how it works. If it's protected speech when it was released, it's protected speech when it blew up. It's protected speech when it's licensed. It's protected speech when it wins a Grammy. It's protected speech when he performs it at the Super Bowl. The ubiquity doesn't change. Oh, and by the way, it was not the only thing to earn ubiquity status throughout this beef. The beef was ubiquitous. She said, "I'm not a dumbass. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this." People can do whatever the fuck they want at this point in time. That's why I said, anybody who's been holding back on releasing anything, drop it now. We want it in our veins. Drop it now. We want it now. We want it now. Kendrick filmed everything. I want the documentary. I want the documentary. I want it in my veins. Period. We're never going to get it, but I want it. I might need to make a shirt with West Coast Savior on it because Tupac really came through. Drop, 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 nigga, drop. Ooh, you right. And that motherfucker had the nerve to add some more dates. Shit. Fuck. I believe they're editing as they go. Beyonce type shit, you know? You know? Edit as you go, bro. I need a documentary. There does need to be a horror. Yes, I need the horror movie and I need the documentary. I want all the things. Is it gonna be a musical? I want it. Is it gonna be a musical? I want it. Mm, 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 mm. You know who's really lucky and should be thanking their lucky fucking stars, because all of these people were stupid, except for the ones who literally didn't say a peep about it. But you know who should be breathing a big old sigh of relief right now? Reactors. I can't wait to see what John Denton says about this, because he's just about the only one who did not say shit from the moment that he was named or used, I should say, in one of Drake's pleadings. So I can't wait to see what he says. But yeah, our reactors should be breathing a sigh of fucking release. They should be dropping to their knees, praying to God, thank you, Jesus, that I am not going to have to deal with any more exposure. Oh, and also you better pray to God that Drake doesn't just pivot MAGA and convince Mr. Tiny Tangerine Man to open up a federal investigation into UMG, because if he does that, guess what? They'll be investigating you too. So you could think about that, consider that. But yeah, you better be thanking your lucky fucking stars, buddy, because y'all were too stupid to get this good of an outcome. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Is it going to be a musical? I want it. Horror film directed by Ryan Coogler? I need it. I need it. Oh, this is so good. The Boogeyman from Compton, Chapter 1, The Biscuit Beheading. Oh, that's so good. That's really good. They're going to be insufferable. And this is why I don't watch them, and why we're not allowed, why the chat is not allowed to generally discuss the dumb shit that they say on this channel, because, baby, I don't give a fuck. I genuinely can't wait. I genuinely can't wait. I hope he clowns this shit out. I hope he literally walks into frame. Well, he won't do that, but oh man. I want him to clown the shit out of Drake. and I want to know what it was like for him. Like for real, because of all of the ones that, you know, were weaponized in this entire situation, he's one of the most sane and honest. And so the people who are running around like, bro, what? Oh my God. That's not your authentic reaction. I want to know what your authentic, quiet, internal reaction was, what the steps you went through. Who did you call? Who did you talk to? Did you retain counsel? What did your I believe John Denton did, because he did not say a fucking word. He didn't even passively say a word. He did not allude to a word. It was like it never fucking happened. That's the person that I want to hear from. Because you flipped over to a strategy, and that's who I want to hear from. The rest of these motherfuckers are hoes. I said what I said. They're hoes. And they've just been hoeing themselves on the internet. Hoes gonna hoe. Hoes gonna hoe. Stop asking me this question. I read it as it is written. The end. Period. John Denton is a white British music reactor. You would probably recognize his face if you saw him, just from, he's very, very, very popular. And when the first complaint that we read before Drake amended it, right? The first one, he named nothing but black reactors. Every link that he had, every reactor that he named, it was to black people. When he amended his complaint, he added John Denton, who's white. Because one of the things he got called out the most for was why you only calling out black people and what black people said and what black people's reactions are, black people's TikToks, black people's YouTubes. So he scrounged up a white boy, and it was John Denton, who is a grown ass man with a family and kids. So that's the kind of person that I would want to hear from. She hit it for me. She hit it for me. She really did. It's just incredible because of the subject matter, right? But she was thorough. She went through each of their arguments meticulously. She quoted what they quoted. So she had a lot of latitude, right? And because she took judicial notice of all song lyrics from every single song, because she ruled that I have to know the context in order to make the appropriate ruling, she said, well, Kendrick won. She said Kendrick won. The death blow to Drake. I'm just like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The death blow to Drake was not like us. Unreal. She dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, relied heavily upon appellant case law, so cases that have already been appealed, and what the outcomes were, that she applied that to her ruling in this case because she's writing it for the Court of Appeals, more than likely, if it is appealable. But she's writing it for, you know, she's displaying at every level. I didn't just sit here in my little purview. I looked behind me, in front of me, above me, below me, of what is the appropriate decision here and why. I know that's right. Oh, thank you. Vituperation, did I pronounce it right? Vituperation? Noun, abusive or venomous language used to express blame or censure or bitter, deep-seated ill will. Well, she picked a good fucking word. That's why it took her 90 fucking days to write this shit. She had to go through a lot of case law and rationale on each of these things. Like, we're focused on, obviously, defamation. And I said, if defamation goes, harassment's definitely going. And harassment was always flimsy because they tried to use a criminal statute in civil court. I definitely left room for, I don't know, maybe he has something on business law for Payola. But then UMG had some really forceful responses on that. So I've said from the beginning, I can't call it. I would not be surprised at all if the case goes ahead. I'm grateful that it is not. But people who were out there saying it's definitely going to do this or definitely going to do that, none of them know anything. That's just a speculative projection so that they could come back later and say, see, I was right. I was actually right about explicitly nuanced things that you would have to know if you followed the case word for word, wrote a book or two about it, and then could recall like, oh yeah, I said this, that, or the other, and now here we are, and this is what has come to pass. But I also very, very much temper my stuff in, for funsies in my head, kind of this is what I'm thinking. But it's very rare when I will come on here and make a declaratory affirmative statement as if I am the all-seeing and knowing authority on a thing. I might be a subject matter expert, but again, that's not how crystal balls work. And people love to give the false appearance of being that smart, but you're just guessing on some shit. And here you had a 50% chance of being right. That's not insight. That's just how it works out. You get not a motherfucking thing. That's the word of the day, baby. That's the word of the day. That might be the name of the last chapter in the book. Oh, gosh. Somebody got me a gift card to meet at Korean barbecue for my birthday. I'm gonna need like 4 more because it's really expensive, but thank you, Robin. Thank you so much. You've been extraordinarily generous. Just a shout out to Robin Silver. You've been extraordinarily generous this spooky season, and I just want to acknowledge you, and again, everybody who has contributed to spooky season. I appreciate it very much. And if you want to contribute to the joy of my spooky season, mods will be around with the linksies. Yeah. Oh my God, it's like things are really turning around in the world. Reading Rainbow is back. And we've got big words. 5-syllable words. Yes. Yes. Yeah, salute to Robin Silver for sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Goldie or somebody, can you grab the spooky season posts link? I think it's still the top posts on posts. It's either top 1 or 2, and hit that in there as well. That has the links to everything. If people are like, wait, what? Birthday dinner, there's a link to that among all of those other links. If folks want to contribute, again, no pressure. No pressure. I always say first and foremost, contribute to the docket fund, because it has been stressing me out. And as I shared at the beginning of this live, when we were talking about something completely different, the situation that I've been dealing with for a month and some days has really robbed me of my time. It's robbed me of being able to put together scripted content. It's robbed me of some lives that I wanted to do, but mostly scripted content, the podcast, the things that are monetized, that help cover the docket fund and all of the other costs that go into this channel. So I always say first and foremost, if you can or want to support the channel, contribute directly. That means Cash App or Venmo, to the docket fund. And then if you want to do a little something on top of that, then you can do a little something on top of that, but you ain't got to. We just got to keep things going. But yeah, it's spooky season. October's very own did very much get owned in October. My God, what must that feel like? I mean, this man has to be having just like nothing. Everything is upside down for him. And I know he's just got to be like, what the fuck is going on? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I had another one that I was going to do this week. And literally, as I sat down to record it, got a fucking phone call, and then 6 hours later, I was like, I can't even sit here anymore, and I do not have the energy to record this. And it was a timely thing, so it's not like, well, I'll just push it to next week, and then I'll tell you. It won't. It is what it is. It is what it is. But it's very frustrating. But it is what it is. Yes, it has. And I feel good about this. I gotta say, as an October baby who really thrives in spooky season, I feel really good about like the reclamation of October. It doesn't deserve to have its reputation solely the way it has been. A lot of people didn't even know what the fuck OVO stood for until Kendrick said, OVO. And people were like, what is OVO? October's very own, baby. He really should transfer that trademark to me. I'm just saying. But yes, October has very much been owned.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
Listen, this chat is undefeated, Mannyplex. This chat is undefeated. AB is into the what? People do what works for them, beloved. You don't have to agree with it. He has a different value system than you do. He's doing what works for him, not you think what would work for you in that situation if you had your reasoning. He does not have your reasoning. His value priorities are not the same as your value priorities. So it makes absolutely perfect sense. People do what works for them. This worked for him, or he wouldn't have done it. He is way too privileged to be forced into doing things he don't want to do. He did it because it worked for him. See another fucking bar, because this chat ain't GPT. Jesus.
High five. I'm bulletproof.
The replay gang is going to be incredible. I'm looking forward to replaying this. I'm definitely looking forward to replaying this. So that I can literally see everything that you all had to say. As I was reading the document, which again, my honor. My honor. I think that this is a bullshit, reductive simplification, and I don't buy into it, and I've never bought into it on this channel. And I actually hate it when people put it forth. Hate it. Can't stand it. They believed in this case 10 toes down. 10 toes down. So no, they're not the real winners of anything. They lost, period. They lost. Okay, that was their business. They stood on it. They died on that hill. We won today. Freedom of expression is protection of the culture. We won today. But hey, if you want to give the W to some white people who said that we're all anti-Semitic because we don't like Drake, you go ahead and you knock yourself out. I don't do the work of the demon by giving them a win or just accepting defeat. No, that's not how we get down. Ms. Mia, hello, beautiful. Yeah, baby, this is why we don't listen to press releases. It is a rule on this channel. They said this, they said this. We don't listen to press releases. That is public relations. This is a court case. Once it goes legal, I only care about what they are willing to say on the docket. Because they'll say whatever the fuck in the court of public opinion. On the docket, you better work real hard to make a legally viable argument. And as I said a little while ago, what they say in public often contradicts what they do in court. See Wayfair, Blake Lively case. What they say in public contradicts what they put on the docket. Nicki Minaj, another classic example. Jay-Z is so jealous of Nas. I had a song with Nas. I got sued for hundreds of thousands of dollars. The song never saw the light of day. Well, what does the docket say? Bitch, you told the judge I infringed on somebody else's copyright. I should lose this case. I'm sorry, what? But you said in public that no. On the docket, I said I did this shit. I should lose this case and they should win this case. You should enter a judgment against me, Your Honor. This is why I don't pay attention to public statements. I pay attention to what can be verified on the record. Also, I work in communications. So I'm very savvy. You think I haven't created the appearance of the thing through PR? That was absolute bullshit behind the scenes. Many a time. Many a time I have. Many a time. That's PR. That's a part of communications. Now, the difference is I'm not contradictory. And in the way that I use the strategy, I'm not contradictory. I'll just make it look a lot bigger than it actually is. I'm a political and communications strategist. I've worked on many a case as a strategist and as somebody tasked with figuring out the messaging, tone, and communications around a thing. No, I'm not an attorney. Anything else? Also not a biscuit head. Marshall Irons, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That is very true. And it's still true. I'm not in the best place, but I ain't gonna look like that. Love it. Love it. I'm glad you're not one of those people who's like, well, you're not a lawyer, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're not a motherfucking lawyer either. So shut the fuck up. I'm the person in the room. I'm the person they call when they're like, oh shit, yeah, I saw that. Oh shit is right. So thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. And you know what? They can have that. They can have that. I don't care. I don't care what they're saying. I don't care about this, that, or the other. I do not give that energy. And people need to stop it's not in my line of sight. I don't see it. I won't see it when I go on social media tonight because the algo is my bitch on every platform where I spend time. I'm very clear with the algo on what I do and what I don't want to see. I don't care what they are saying. It doesn't matter. And I hate that. And I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm just reacting, right? It's just the trigger for me to react to. I don't give a shit. It's completely fucking irrelevant. What they say doesn't matter. They don't know how to have a nuanced thought. They don't want to study. They don't want to learn. What does this word mean? What is this process that I don't understand because I've never been through something like this before or I've never worked in this field? They don't want to do that work. So them running around right now saying, well, I guess you can just defame anybody now shows how fucking stupid they are. And reason and stupid do not sit at the same table. We do not share snacks. If you display to me off jump that you are a dumb motherfucker, the conversation is over. So, for example, if somebody were to pop into the chat right now and say, so I guess Kendrick can go around and just defame whoever he wants now, they would get the airlock right away. I'm not going to have that conversation with you. The court ruled it's not defamatory. Why would I listen to a biscuit head ass motherfucker who's not the authority? As the court pointed out, they are not the authority. And them coming to the determination that they think what was said was defamatory does not make the statements defamatory per se. The authority on the subject is the judge, and that's what she said. She addressed the people out there who believe what was said or believe that what was said was defamatory. She told them motherfuckers, you are not the ones that get to decide that, public. That's a matter of law, and that is for the court to determine. Not a jury, the court. Who's the court? The judge. The judge is the court. And it's under her purview to decide based on existing case law and the circumstances in which the statements were made. Off top, is this defamatory? Is it actionable as defamatory speech? No. So I'm not even going to engage in it. I'm not going to try and explain it to people who don't on their own try and fucking think. Go look for an answer. Try and be objective. Learn for the sake of fucking learning and not because you want to take information and shove it into the narrative that makes you feel good or makes you popular or whatever. Ain't nobody got time for that. Also, that has no fucking integrity. And since I exist in the real world, I actually need that. I can't just hoe myself on social media for clicks and likes, and I wouldn't. Because I have integrity in the real world. I at least try every day to have integrity in the real world. I am not a perfect person. I definitely fuck up, period. But I try every day. If I'm wrong about something, I say I'm wrong. If I don't know something, I say I don't know. There's plenty on this channel that we've learned together in real time. And I'm not afraid of that. That's one of my strengths. I have throughout my career been hired or called upon to do something that has never been done before. And oftentimes in an industry I've not been in. So I bring a skill set of expertise and experience that I can apply to anything because I'm willing to do the hard work to understand the issue, to understand the industry, to understand the impacts of it, to then understand what the goals and desired outcomes are of why I'm being called in, and then to come up with an actual plan for being able to accomplish those things, to design the assets to be able to accomplish those things. So I can apply that to anything. I can apply it to medicine. I can apply it to construction. I can apply it to a legal situation. I can apply it to the environment. I can apply it to anything. My skill set is better than Liam Neeson's. And I can fuck you up just the same. Hey, beautiful. How you doing? But that's just, that's just what it is. No. No. P. Crawley, no. Don't do that, dog. You got the answer to the question. The answer is no. And a lot of people wanted the judge to just apply common sense. This is the difference between the events of the beef as we experience them out here in the real world and what is on the court record. The history as we experienced it out here in the real world of what happened during the beef in real time is not necessarily the same thing that's on the docket, because Drake was very careful to cast his own narrative and then he had to back it up. She had to knock it down legally. She couldn't just come in with her own reasonable interpretation of the situation or even her pre-existing knowledge. That's called bias. Because I'll tell you what, I've said this from the beginning, and I'm going to say it again. If the judge had ruled that UMG loses the motion to dismiss, I would have read this document and I would have sat before you and I would have said she made the right decision. Because what she could determine in her scope of power is significant, but limited. But limited. She applied case law exhaustively. To determine her ruling, not her opinion. Not her opinion, and therefore not her common sense. That is a reductive oversimplification of the situation. And respectfully, beloved, I've done too much fucking work for people to try and reduce it down to that. If the law told her that it goes forward, it would have gone forward. The end. And we'd be buckling up for that ride. We'd be preparing to find out what's she going to do about these motions to compel these various documents in Kendrick's unredacted contract. That would be immediately what would come after. Would be a ruling on those two things. It's not about her personal opinion or her personal common sense. It is about her knowledge and application of the law, which is rigid and predetermined. And this is another reason why I won't let people try and bait me into some bullshit, because this shit that we see on social media isn't even debate. I took debate. I was on the debate team. Debate is a structured format of discussion. It has rules. And at the end of the debate, there is a winner and there is a loser. The rules in debate are based on fact-based evidence and the persuasion to argue them. So this prove me wrong. You will never catch me doing some shit like that. You will literally never catch me having a conversation with somebody who's already made up their mind. I'm not here to convince motherfuckers of shit. You want to be a dumbass? Go and be a dumbass, baby. Go and be a dumbass. I don't feel the need to convince people of anything. I will let the conversation go. Or matter of fact, it won't even get started. That's not real. And those are not serious adults. And I'm not going to waste my motherfucking time. There's no way. That's all performative bullshit. And truly doesn't fly in the real world. Reason and stupid don't sit at the same table. We don't share snacks. So, just like Kendrick and Drake don't sit at the same table. The crazy part is Kendrick tried to share his snacks with Drake, and Drake said, "No. No, no, no." And then he said, "I'm going to sue UMG for those snacks." And he lost. They are a stain on society. They are a stain on society. Somebody said this is a very great point, and this is something that courts are also prepared to address, is that common sense is not common. It feels common because we're all in agreement with each other. But common sense is not common. Okay? If common sense was common, our nation would not be in the situation that it is in right now. Common sense is not common. It's exceedingly rare. People do not know how to critically think, and they're scared to be objective because they think that somehow makes them weaker. I fuck up all the time. I'm wrong all the time. I rely on people smarter than me all the time. The majority of the success that I've had on shit that I've worked on in the last 10 years, I won't give them my whole career, but definitely in the past decade for sure, is because I worked with people who were smarter than me at what they do. And we all put our little heads together, linked arms, said we're going to form an alliance, do this shit together. Yeah. Yeah, I get nervous when I'm the smartest person in the room. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not. There's a difference between being the person who's in charge or steering the ship or directing the strategy and being the smartest person in the room. There are definitely times where ultimately it's my responsibility to whatever, design the messaging, figure out what the rollout strategy is going to be like. What's the campaign going to be for this thing? But there are definitely people in the room that are smarter than me at their part of it, and that's why they're there. That's why they're there. They're not just smarter, they have a proven track record of effectiveness. So they know how to apply their knowledge to actually get the outcomes that we want for a situation. You have to do more than just know shit. You have to be able to apply it. You have to be able to pivot if some emerging things comes up that wasn't there when we started, and we got to pivot around it. Always stay humble. You mean the rap scholars? I think she took everything into account. She didn't cite it in her motion, and she didn't need to, right? Because once she decided this is protected speech, everything else falls by the wayside. And then it's just explaining the hows and the whys and the faults of his arguments. Spencer Granger, thank you, beautiful, for the contribution. Call that reparations for your Canadian brethren fucking with us, but thank you. I appreciate you. Hey, we got back up. We got back up. We got back up. We were at 18.5, and then I've been dealing with bullshit, so I haven't been able to, we lost some people. I didn't stress over it, but we back. We back and we going. Yay. Shout out to all the new subscribers. I appreciate you. Oh, I lived expertise is one of the things that I absolutely rely on. I absolutely rely on, especially if you can transfer it and merge whatever word you want to use with a professional skill set. And so you're not just applying theory. I fucking hate that. I've talked about that here before. I don't do the theory of the thing. I do the application and outcome of the thing. That's why probabilities and extrapolations are something that I focus on a lot, because the theory of the thing is not enough. Consider also that I lived a life of being an impacted person of the theory of the thing. I'm Black. I have a vagina. I was a single parent of 3 children. I have medical issues. I'm a queer woman. I've had a child die. I'm adopted, came up through the system, like so many different things, right? So I am an impacted person. I've been impacted by the theory of a solution. I've been impacted by the theory of new legislation. I've been impacted by the theory of a new policy, a new promise, a new this, that, or the other. I've been impacted by those things. Theory is not enough. Application and outcomes is what I need. And as I say all the fucking time, and it is true, I like to win. That means being effective. That means the application and the outcomes are measurable and we actually did something materially impactful. And not just because we had a theory of an idea of a thing. That's the worst. The worst. Damn fucking straight. Iris Martin. Among many other things, these past 3 years of following some celebrities' cases have taught me that critical thinking is low. Yes. People don't read or research. Fuck, they don't. And are too attached to groupthink. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I can't stand the theory of the thing. I can't stand it, especially when you don't have impacted people at the table, people with either lived experience or lived expertise. I can't stand the theory of the thing. It's usually, and I'm disinterested. I'm disinterested. And I've had people come to me and show me a thing, and I've read the thing for filth. They come to me like, yeah, we got this idea. We're going to do this. We have this much amount of money from some foundation. So it's more money than they deserve or less than they need. Right. And I've been like, well, here's what's wrong with it. Blah, 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 blah. And there have been other times where I'm like, I'm fucking offended they're even doing this shit. Like, as a resident of this place, I'm disgusted that they're doing this. And no, I think it's a stupid idea. And here are my 5 reasons why. And then the response is, do you want to work on it? And a 50-50 chance. I might say yes. I might say, fuck no. Fuck no. But if I say yes, it's probably because I'm going to be in a position of power in the room to mold it. If I'm not going to be in a position of power, it really offends my values, fuck no. Keep your money. I don't care. The theory of the thing got motherfuckers out here thinking they're actually doing shit. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. But the theory of the thing got people out here thinking they changing the fucking world. And you're not doing a fucking thing. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Who knows? Maybe in 2026 I will have a class on something. What would you all want me to teach? If I had a class on a thing. You know, I used to be in journalism, but I'm not anymore. So when I saw people saying, this is the best journalism ever, such an effective reporter. I am not a reporter. Okay, let's take the same legal standard that was applied to Livingston Allen. These people are not journalists. They don't meet the legal standard of being able to say they are. That includes milagograms. These are people that are doing social commentary. Do I think social commentary is important? I do. Do I think it has a disproportionate place in society right now? Yes. Do I think that's problematic? Fuck yes. I'd like more journalism. And yes, I used to be in journalism. I'm not now. Do I still rely on those tools and those standards for how I present information? Yeah. Yeah. But I'm not going to pretend, you know, reporting live. No, baby, no. No. Reporting live from the desk in my spare bedroom? Come on now. No, no. No, I'm not going to aggregate the news for people. I'm not going to break down. I'm not doing that shit. That shit is exhausting. I see those people on social media every fucking day and I block them. They get on my goddamn nerves. I want source material and source documents. I will go to the Associated Press and read real journalism. And I strongly suggest other people do the same. Because the majority of people out here on social media telling you about a thing aren't telling you about the thing. They're telling you the most sensational version that will keep you tuned into what they say. That will keep you going, oh my God, is that true? For real? Oh my God. But then you don't go check to see if it's true because you don't actually give a fuck. It's entertainment more than it's information. And I definitely want people to have a good time here. I don't want to put people to sleep, but I am not here to entertain you. I'm here to read a document, break it down based on my knowledge and my experience, and then talk about it. This is hilarious. Shout out to actual journalists. Well, damn, that is explicitly specific. Social polarization through media 101. God damn. That feels really heavy. Baby, come on. No. I'm not doing that. Wow, how to walk a bitch down with all due disrespect. I'm crying. Bullshit detection 101. No, this is up my alley. The thought process of critical thinking. Interesting. I'll have to think about that. I haven't written a curriculum about anything in a while. But maybe for 2026, that's something that I can do and can have some little classes or something if folks would be interested in that. Yeah, we'll see. There's something to add to the list to think about. First, I got to catch up, with where I am now. I have to finish this book. I'm trying not to hyperventilate in front of you all. But yeah, I'm going to have to finish this book. Fuck. Yep. hmm Yep. So I will have to think about that. I'll have to look at what I already have. It's going to, because I'm dealing with the situation that I'm dealing, initially I was like, everything is written except for this part. When it comes out, I'm just going to sit down, I'm going to write it, and then the book is going to be done. And then, it'll be available and ship out to everybody. I definitely do want to get it done as quickly as possible and have it available to people as quickly as possible. But I'm going to need to take a beat. I'm going to need to process this. And, you know, think about how I want to write it. Maybe me, Skip, and DJ can have a live tomorrow and also just circle up and talk about all of the things because I'm like, I need to talk to somebody live about this entire situation. Y'all are great. But y'all would enjoy that too, right? You'd enjoy a conversation of me, Skip, and DJ talking about the outcome of this case. I think that would be great. Okay. All right. Now that's yeah. I'll think about it. Like I said, it's been a minute since I've written a curriculum, but like it's hard. I can do it again. And I would write a curriculum, obviously, for a class. So we'll see. Me too. I'm gonna follow up with them and see if it actually is possible that that's something that they could do. Yeah. By the book. That's so sweet. Y'all are killing me with these comments. God damn, D2B2. That's rough. I love it. I love it. Stout. I'm not going to put that on screen, but I'm sure a lot of people would watch that. Oh, she's finally losing it, y'all. The screenshots and the replays would be off the chain. I'm that will not be the meltdown that I have on live. Okay. Okay. There have been times where I've been tempted to have a full on meltdown in live, but no, I haven't done it. Mm-hmm. I think I am. I think we are. We're not blocking Stout. We're not blocking Stout. Really, it's just a commentary on how much absolutely disgraceful content is out there in the world. That's all it is. Yeah, that's the closest that I've come to a full-on crash out is threatening the life of a fly, grabbing all manner of weapons, but not a gun, because that's, that's an overreaction. Do I have one? Obviously. Stout is a sweetheart. I killed that motherfucker dead, but as I was here with y'all on live, some fat little fucker just went by, and that's again because I had to stop, run outside to move something that my neighbor blocked with his car like a fucking dick. And I left the door open. And that fly came right up here. Hey, y'all. What y'all talk about in the live? Fuck you. I'm gonna find you. Shit. That's funny. That is funny. Oh God, did I? Oh no, I didn't. Just trying to see if there was any other crazy updates. I don't see any crazy updates. I see some great contributions from folks, and I really appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, the stuff that yesterday I was like, fuck it, I'm letting it go. It's not going to happen. That stuff came into fruition today. And then today, just this happening, honestly, is some things coming into fruition. But then there are some other things that today I was like, fuck it, I'm letting it go. I'm hoping tomorrow those things come into fruition. Because I really did this morning. I was both yesterday and today. There were things where I was just like, I'm fucking letting it go. This thing isn't going to happen, and this thing, I'm not going to have one more conversation about it. I'm just going to let it go. So yeah, thank you all. Thank you all for restoring my faith and, many other things, my sanity, a little bit of my breath, do want to say to the person who said, I want to slide through a couple $100. I don't see you here. It's just a rhetorical observation. I've since learned when people start saying in the chat, I want to send you X amount of dollars, that they're lying. So, yeah. Lock the door. Lock the door. Evangeline, it's good to see you, beautiful. It's good to see you. Yeah, this live started off as something else. It was only supposed to be for a minute. Then I was gonna go. It's definitely nowhere near close to the longest live we've had. That was 7.5 hours. This is only 4. Oh my God, hold on a second. Drake's lawsuit was dismissed. Holy. It's fantastic. All right. It's on Court Listener for free. Somebody paid for it. All right. I had to tell my neighbor. She was like, I know. I know. She literally just got out of her car. She jumped. She jumped. I didn't say her name because I didn't want to say it on live, but she literally was like, I know. I saw. Oh yeah, she was the first person to see the printed book because I was like, I need somebody right now. She's home. We're really good neighbors to each other. And I went over there. I had my little gloves on. I gave her some gloves. I was like, the book is here. She was like, oh my God. We fanned out together. And then, she went back to work. I went back to work. But yes, she's been here through the whole saga. I'm very sad that they're moving. Yeah, my favorite neighbors are moving. Not very far away. But they're not going to be here anymore. So that fucking sucks. But yeah, it's all good. Literally out a window. Literally out a window. Like the olden days, like the olden days. I know, for real. Honestly, wait, wrong one. This one. You're like the town crier. Hear ye, hear ye. Drake gets his ass handed to him. You know when I will be the town crier? You know what day. You know what day. You know what day. When them tiny tangerines finally shrivel up all the way and fall off, I'm going to be screaming out the window. He's dead. He's dead. I'm going to bang pots and pans like we did for nursing staff and whatnot. Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. You're so funny. So I can't do a couple of hundos, but I can drop one. This isn't a band, is it? That's a grand. Well, fuck it. You get 1/10 of a band. You're killing me. You're killing me. Right. You know which day it is. I'm going to be uncontrollable on that day. I'm going to be screaming on live. I might twerk. I know some of you are like, what did she say? You heard me. You heard me. I might twerk on live on that day. Uh-huh. I sure might. But I'm going to lose my shit. I'm going to lose my whole shit. And I'm spiteful. So I'm just like, Jesus, let me last a day longer. Let me enjoy that moment. I mean, I'd love to last a lot longer than that, but I'll take a day longer. I'll take 1 day longer than that motherfucker. Tui. Mm-hmm. That'll be a special day. I'm gonna come in hot. I'm gonna come in hot, just beside myself. He's dead. That motherfucker is dead. Oh God, it's gonna be so great. It's gonna be so great. I can't wait. Wow. I'm not. First of all, it's not a pole dancing class. Mama ain't never been on a pole. Okay. It's a burlesque hot yoga class. Difference. Nothing, no tea, no shade on the, him, hers, theys, or gays who are on the pole. I'm just saying for point of clarification that I'm not on the pole. I'm in a hot ass studio, stretching my back all the way out and taking off my clothes. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. I enjoy it. And it's a good workout too. I mean, because it's got so many things in it, right? It's like it's yoga, but it's hot yoga. Then it's burlesque. So, you know what I mean? It's perfectly reasonable to assume that there's a pole in there somewhere. But there is not. She doesn't teach that kind of stuff. She's a former dancer who teaches yoga, and she at times for special classes with special people, not the general public cuz they nasty. But for special people in a special closed off class where you are not allowed to record, you get the hot and the burlesque and the yoga put together. That's my shit. That's my jam. And then the class attendees get to come up with the playlist for the class, baby. You can't tell me shit. Can't tell me shit. I'm always in that Google Doc, like this song, this song, this song. Oh gosh. I've been getting pestered for some seesaw time, and I'm not really pestered, but like, I think one of them been trying to bribe me a little bit. I just been ignoring it. I've been ignoring it for now till I feel like I don't want to ignore it anymore, and then I'm gonna be like, yes, you may bribe me, you may ply me with the things, but right now, baby, I just don't feel like it. I just don't fucking feel like it. It is. It is. It is. It's a thrill. I love it. Yeah, it's a bribe, but it's a bribe that they know that would work on me. This is how I know I'm stressed out because I opened ding ding. I opened it and looked at it, and I was like, motherfucker. And then I just closed it again and put my phone down. So yeah, I'm stressed. I'm stressed. Trust me. Trust me. When they get a response, baby, they gonna snap to attention right away. Reporting for duty. Sir, yes, sir. It's gonna be all of that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say, are you thankful for it? Sir, yes, sir. All of that. Mm-hmm. Assume the position. Sir, yes, sir. It's gonna be great. Yeah, Freudian slip right there. Ah, gosh. Yeah, yeah. Reporting for duty. Sir, ma'am. What's really fucked up is they watch the channel. Not all the time, but from time to time, they do watch the channel, and they're probably sitting there thinking to themselves, "Is she talking about me?" Because I sent her a text message a couple days with a photo or something. Is she talking about me? Did somebody else send her a text message with a photo or something? Did they? Not sure. Baby, I can play it either way. I can be bossy. I can be bossed. as long as you can tell me what to do. But if you can't tell me what to do, you can't tell me what to do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. And then you will say, thank you, may I have another? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Little balance, little reciprocity. Yes, we do, child. Yes, we do. Okay, fine. Shit. All right. Listen, y'all. I'ma go. Okay. I'ma go so I can chapter up this live. Because for some people it's gonna be hella fucking confusing because we didn't hit this till like 90 minutes into the live. So I want to chapter up the live. There is a possibility I might come back tonight just to kiki with y'all. I don't know yet. We'll see how it goes. This is gonna take me a second to like pull myself the fuck together, figure out if I'm gonna eat something. I just need a minute in my private spaces to just be like, oh my God. Oh my God. And just the replay will also help me think and process a little bit. So I am going to go do that. But I want to thank you all so much for being here, for enjoying this moment and marking this moment in history for us, for hip hop, for the people, for Black people, for our art and for our expression. Truly, truly, truly so important. So, so damn important. Tupaco, hey, beautiful. You can buy me dinner if you want to. You know, you can do all those things, but I'm grateful to everybody who stopped by, who hung out. I hope you all had a wonderful time on this live. And yeah, I may see you a little bit later. If not, I will check in with Skip and DJ and maybe we will circle up tomorrow. PayPal goes through GoFundMe. One of the mods, I'll sit here long enough for you to drop the link and then I'm going to go. If there is a mod who has the link, if the mods are like, I'm sorry, I don't have the GoFundMe link right now, then they don't have it. Maybe you'll have to come back at another time for your contribution. And I appreciate you either way. But the rest of you have a good night or a good morning wherever you are. Eat something good. Get a treatsies for yourself. If you have a fur baby, give them treatsies. Do all of that stuff. All of that stuff. And yeah, this was amazing. You are all appreciated. I do not see the GoFundMe coming through, and that is okay because I don't use it very often because even when people say, drop that PayPal link, they don't donate. So, nevertheless, have a wonderful night if I don't see you. Hope to see you at some point in time tomorrow for the debrief. Thank you very much. If I may be so bold and humble and respectful as to say, as my sign off, hip hop lives here. See y'all soon. Peace.